college.
Hello everyone, I'm Neha Sankhe. I used to work on the business side. Now I'm excited to work on the intersection of business and product. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aradhya. I work with the cloud team.
Hi, I am Tonmoy. I am also work with Frappe Cloud team.
Hi, I'm Ayush. I work with the cloud team. By the way, I work on the bare metal project. So please use framework on bare metal. Like we have sites. Like you can create sites now. Like go to like select Frappe as the region. So please use it. Uh, let's see.
Hi everyone, I'm Safwan. I work on Frappe Drive.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Sarfraz. I am not a software developer. I'm part of the inside sales team here at Frappe.
Hi, I'm Asmita. I work as an engineer on Frappe HR. If you want to talk about the product, please find the page.
Hello everyone, I lead the marketing team at Frappe and welcome to Frappe Build.
Hi everyone, I am Babita and I'm a marketer here at Frappe.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Parth, and I look into partner excellence at Frappe. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we are an end user of Frappe and ERP Next for the past 7 years. And yeah, a lot of people must have said this is where we used to have our ERP Next conference. So there's a lot of nostalgia. I will give you a review of how it actually felt against the earlier ones if you stay till the end tomorrow.
On Frappe Studio.
Hello everyone. I'm Prathamesh. I'm currently working on Frappe Marketplace in the Frappe Cloud team, and I also develop Raven on the sides.
Hello, I am Navin. I lead the ERP Next team at Frappe.
Hello, I am Hussain. I run a small YouTube channel. And yeah, looking forward to meet you all. Okay.
Hello everyone, I am Suraj. I work on Frappe Builder at Frappe.
Hi everyone, I am Joyanto and I am engineer at Frappe Cloud.
Hi, this is Rushabh here, and welcome back to the original venue of the ERP Next conference. We had conferences here from 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. So 6 conferences in this venue, and very excited and happy to be here after another 7 years. So
third iteration, and like Rishabh said, this is the original venue where Frappe conferences started. So there is some nostalgia to this. By the way, my name is Ankush. I am CTO at Frappe, and I'll just be the warm up and the technical test before the main show starts. So first, just a small survey. Like we have close to 100 people here. For how many of you this is your first Frappe conference? Close to half. And for how many of you this is like first ever technical conference, like never attended? Close to 30% people are attending a technical conference for the first time. So we'll make sure this is worthwhile for you because ultimately we are here to become better developer, to learn more about our craft, right? Even though there are half. And for how many of you this is like first, like somehow all of us are here to get better at what we do. And the point of like doing conferences like this and still continuing the conferences like this close to is half. And for how many of you this is like first ever technical conference? Before like like, can I ask some of you like what is the reason for coming to this conference? Is it like networking conference or craft, right? Like are you here for networking? There are half. Like very few people. For how many of you this is like first? Like are you here to learn something new or how many of you? And how many of you are here for like giving a talk or like okay, 10% roughly. Cool, cool. So anyway, the point of tech conference is weird. Like we started this conference because as a company we want to be a platform and not just like yet another company that builds product. Like we want to build platform that people can use to build other products, and to do that we need more and more developers. That is the company's take on it. But like me personally, I love tech conferences because that's how I have learned so much. Like okay. So for me personally, like I started learning Python, like Python is just an example, but started learning programming close to 12, 13 years ago. And for the longest time, I was a mediocre script kiddie mostly. Like I did not know how to be good at Python or like go beyond just like single page or single file or like 100 lines of code. So like I was in this plateau for a really long time, and at some point, like I started looking up on internet like how to get better at things, and like I stumbled upon this conference talk which is by James Powell. It's called how to be so you want to become a Python expert. And like if you can like I can't play the whole video because it's 2 hours long, but like just looking at this slide, like can you tell what is unique about like this talk? Like, can you guess uh, anything? Live coding, yeah. There's code there. It's not just GAN, right? It's a code. Like even though my talk doesn't have much code, but like you'll have so like there is live code there. If you can, I don't know if you can read it, but if you can read the class that is written there, it's written in like fairly elegant manner. If you have used Python much, like you can tell that it is fairly elegant. Like it is modeling the concept of mathematical polynomial in like 10 lines of code. And uh, and it's using like neat Python tricks like splatting the arguments to like support I don't know what it's called, like multiple powers of polynomials. So uh, that aside, like do you see anything else that you find interesting? Like just from the still, not even the like I'm not showing the video, but like just from the still image. Sorry. Microsoft, oh yeah, Microsoft is just sponsoring, but yeah, by and large tech conferences need sponsors, but Microsoft isn't anything special. They sponsor Python conferences because they are big user of Python. But if I have to like if I give my perspective, like what I noticed was this like this editor, which is terminal based editor, and I'm like, oh, this looks cool. Like this guy is not using any visual desktop environment at all. Like he's editing code inside terminal, and like terminal apps are now a huge thing. But like when I saw this, I was amazed by what is going on here. And even the environment, like even switching between windows, anything, like he's using something called tmux for terminal emulation. So again, the point is not that like he's using all these cool things, but like the point of looking at people code or going to conferences and looking at these things is so that you pick up on all these meta things that they are like, how are they developing, how are they thinking. And again, like that you will not get from looking at the still image, but like you will have to see 2 hour long videos to understand that. And that's the other thing, that it is 2 hours long. It's not just like 30-second video with like Subway Surfer playing in the bottom so that you don't lose attention. So like you really have to have decent attention span to go through these things. Anyway, so this is not the only talk. Like I've seen hundreds of talks. Like there's the one amazing talk on technical leadership, which is about like ethics and how to lead technology tech organizations. There is a talk by not a talk but a conversation by Linus Torvald. He's not the person who usually gives out talk, but like if you read this, if you watch this, you'll find one of the best explanation of what taste is, like what is taste in software engineering. Then there is this 3 hour monologue by Karpati, which explains how LLMs work underneath. Again, like a lot of us are excited about this, but I don't know how many of us truly understand how it works. Then there is this talk by Mike Acton about data-oriented programming. Again, I'm just giving these examples because they are some of the best talks I have seen. And like I've learned so much from all these things. And the last one is by John Jangsett, which is 3 hour long talk on understanding like async await, basically. So all of these are like really large, really long talks about, and they go in depth, and they don't just teach the concept. They like you learn how they operate, like how their mental model operates, and as programmers or as software engineers, whatever is the term we want to use, we want to develop this taste or we want to get this from somewhere, and that's what we are planning to do today. So yeah, so teaching is not transfer of facts. Like most of education, we believe that is how it should be, but that is not transfer of facts. It is teaching you how to think for yourself. Similar manner, conference is not just transfer of knowledge, so take it that way. It's about developing or absorbing some taste from someone, someone you believe is better than you, or someone who's trying to get better at it. It's about the craftsmanship and the meta art that we do. So all of this, you might be wondering, like, why am I going rambling about all of these things? So because the elephant in the room, which is the continuous question at every Frappe conference, since like past 2-3 conferences, is like, what are you doing about the elephant in the room, or rather the robot in the room, which is the robots are here. So like, why are we here if they are going to do our job anyway? To this, I have only one thing to say. Frappe is still not clear about what to do with AI or LLMs. We are not strategically completely against it. We are not completely for it. But the thing is, like this is a cave painting from 3 to 4,000 years ago. It depicts like a lot of people jumping around fire, singing, probably dancing, singing, something along those lines. I'm assuming they are doing it to enjoy life. I don't know if that is true. 4,000 years later, we still dance around fire, still sing. So like, even though whatever technology has evolved, we still do the same things to enjoy life. So there is something there. And if that is too philosophical, like there is this good example that I stumbled upon a few days ago, which is, how many of you have seen Star Wars, the original one, A New Hope? Damn, very few people. Okay. You've not seen Star Wars. Okay. I thought I was among nerds or something. Anyway, so this is the movie that came out in 1970s. And it was right now, if you look at these graphics, they look cringe because like it's 50 years old. So obviously it is dated. But when it came out, the practical effects were like way ahead of the time. So they pioneered this technology called practical effects, where you use like miniature things, like real objects basically to simulate this kind of effects, and you do some CGI on top of it. But this was 50 years ago, and after that we have so much advancement in computer graphics. Now you don't even need computer graphics skills or anything. You can just prompt and generate a lot of cool graphics. But guess what? The best movie so far this year from visual point of view is Project Hail Mary, which is largely again practical effects 50 years apart. So it's probably not about the tool itself. There is something there. Like it's if you how many of you seen this movie? Okay, a few more people, but still very less. Like go and watch it in IMAX, because like you'll see like this is, they haven't used AI much or AI at all. Okay, they have barely used modern techniques. Like most of the movie is shot with practical effects, real set, all the old techniques, but it still looks gorgeous. Okay, and the point is, it's about the people who are behind the thing and not the tool they are using. So like there is going to be some things that won't change whether we have the robot in the room or not, and that is the thing that we are planning to learn here. So with that in mind, like I'll just give you a short teaser of what is coming today. So the first talk will be by Rutra. He'll walk you through how to use like meta techniques to solve a much larger problem with scaffolding. Then there are some more talks on like deep technical stuff like CRDT. And there are AI talks also. It's not like we are against AI. Again, like I said, like Frappe does not have a clear stand. Rishabh might have a clear stand against AI. I also might have a clear stand against AI, but a lot of people at Frappe are very pro AI, and you will see how they use it to, and they genuinely show how they are more productive with AI. So there are several talks on that also. So that is the agenda for the day. And on that note, I'll hand over to Rutra, who will walk you through how to use scaffolding.
Hello, hello.
I need the mic. Turn it on. On. Hello. I hope I'm audible to everybody here. Yes. Okay. Thanks. So a really awesome introduction from Ankush. Uh, First, a bit of intro. So myself, Rudra. I work as an engineer in the ERPNX team. So I primarily take care of the accounts module as well as some performance engineering throughout the entire ERPNX app. So, so what is this talk about? So essentially, technical conferences are dominated by like new features, apps, something new and exciting. But I believe there's a subsection of software engineering uh, which has equal parts challenging and interesting things to do, which is refactoring. A code that's been written already, but you see more improvements there and you want to do it. But that everybody does it, right? Like every software engineer at some point in his career will go and rewrite whatever he has written. But I don't want to talk about that. I want a specific type of refactoring, which is that refactoring process itself is like several months long. It has to be run throughout the app and the changes has to be in place. You cannot develop something in parallel and switch over, and it should not cause any breakages. So that's the type of refactoring that I see seldom talked about or even engineers even attempt nowadays. And I want to share some knowledge in that regard, like because I've been doing such a project for a couple of months and I learned quite a bit. So I thought, why not just share it here? So what is the candidate for that kind of refactoring? Every software needs tests. Tests are your essentially a first line of defense against regression. Like you're not writing one line logic, you're writing hundreds and hundreds of lines, and over time, based on customer requirements, your requirement changes, your design changes, your data structure changes. So you essentially write certain code to test some other piece of code to make sure that you don't regress back in some functionality. But the problem is ERPNX tests are highly flaky, which means like when you make some change and you run some tests locally, it works. But when you push a change in GitHub CI, it fails. So essentially, like they're unreliable. And we've been having this problem for like a long time. I guess like the tests haven't been refactored in ERPNX ever since its inception, like almost 15 years. And everybody inside Frappe agreed, okay, someone has to do it, but nobody was willing to do it. Probably because the scope of the work is so high, like engineers shied away from it. So I thought, okay, it took like an interesting problem. Why don't I give it a shot? Uh, so first of all, I have to first lay some ground rules of what is currently broken in the test suite. So essentially, like the current before the refactor, the test suites are completely over-engineered. For example, if you run a test for a single doc type, the test runner that runs the individual test cases, goes and fetches the meta of the doc type, finds all the link fields, tries to set up the data of tries to set up the data of that doc type, and it finds the link fields of that. So essentially, a depth first traversal of meta using link fields, and it tries to set up that master data using that. And it felt uh, correct logically, but it's like poorly implemented, barely working, and it's a headache for everybody. I mean, the tests are so broken, like internally engineers, they drop their entire test site and recreate every time they need to run a test. Like that's the level of inefficiency it created. So I thought, okay, so it looks like I cannot just go and refactor everything in one go. I need some tools to first of all do this work. So the test runner, the current implement, the over-engineered test runner has to go away. So I threw it out. I rewrote the entire test runner essentially to not do any sort of magical complex setup stuff. It essentially figures out all of the test cases in your repository and runs. There is no setup stage. There is no master data setup stage. Like it runs on its own. It's done at the framework level. So this is the foundation. So essentially, like when you're working on some major projects, major changes, you need to make sure that you're using the right tools. I decided, like after looking at the test run, okay, it simply doesn't work out for the task that I'm going to do. So I rewrote the test run. So this is the essential foundation upon which I'm going to do more and more work. So this is the new test runner. Essentially, like half a dozen, so 2 dozen lines of code is more than enough. You don't need hundreds and hundreds of lines of complex test setup logic. So with the foundation set, uh, I need some kind of structure to approach this refactor, right? Uh, before establishing my own structure, I need to purge the existing ones. Essentially, Python is an object-oriented language, which means it has classes, it has methods. So essentially, it starts with a module level, Python module, classes, and then individual test cases. Uh, and it also uses a built-in library called unit test, which has entry and exit points for each level of those hierarchies, like the module level, setup class, setup methods, and tear down class and tear down methods. But they were all like incorrectly used, in my opinion, and they were part of the problem of the entire flakiness of the test suite. So I threw away all of those methods, all of the logic inside them. That is one part. The next step is like I had my approach was like, okay, the test should run and it should roll back whatever it did. It should leave behind a clean slate for the next test so it works properly. So there's no flakiness, there's no global state or stale data left behind. So I went through the entire code, removed every bit of explicit commit and rollback statements, and any line of code that uses truncation. Truncation is a DB level. It has an implicit commit. So if you do truncate in between, like if your test is like 100 lines long, and if you do a truncate in between, whatever you happens in the first 100 lines is committed. Like that is a bad way of writing a test. So I thought, okay, let's remove all such cases as well. And then any sort of data definition languages, like creating a new custom doc type or a custom field, whatever requirement that you need for individual test has to be done before, like during your setup stage, not during that while the test runs. So all DDL commands should go away. I so removed all of them. So once all of this is done, once I purged all the undeterministic flaky behaviors, the goal is to establish idempotency, which is like a test should run, and if it succeeds, it should succeed no matter how many times you run. Like the same input should give the same output. Essentially, that's the ideal test is written. But up until the refactor, it was not working. So my goal is to establish idempotency throughout the repository. So how do I do that? I enforce rollback. I enforce rollback after each test cases. Even if you have thousands and thousands of test cases, once a test runs, either it succeeds or fails, whatever has happened in the test case is rolled back. So you leave behind a clean slate, or in other words, you leave behind from the state where you started. So it doesn't affect the consequent test cases, right? So that's the first step. You establish a rollback mechanism. Okay, that's fine. But I still, some tests require master data. Like for example, you cannot run a sales invoice without company. A company should already exist, right? So that's master data. But I don't want to set up every time, since I'm establishing rollback, whatever happens within the test case is rolled back, right? So I need to do this kind of bootstrap work, like essentially to set up all the master data even before any test runs. But at the same time, you cannot do the setup for every test cases. So you essentially have to set up once and then start running all the test cases. So how do I achieve that? You write your setup logic with deduplication. Essentially, like you ensure that whatever master data that you create, like a company or an item master or a supplier master, that's done only once and one time. And you make sure that it doesn't trigger again. So there's a concept called singleton in programming, where like a function will return the same answer no matter how many times you call it. Uh, in Python, modules are imported only once. For example, when you use an import statement, Python interpreter only imports the module once, and the next time you do an import, it doesn't import it again. It's already initialized. The attributes of a module are also initialized just only once. So I use that as a singleton starting point. So if you do your bootstrapping at the module level, it happens only once. So it doesn't matter how many tests you run, the entire master data setup happens only once. So I use the combination of deduplication and the module level attribute behavior to achieve singleton and deduplication at the same time. So that's the new structure. I have a foundation, a tool which doesn't overcomplicate itself, and a structure like enforcing rollback and then ensuring that the setup and the deduplication happen only once. But even with all of this, I was looking at a whole repository, like 250 Python files, 2,300 test cases, and that's only in ERP Next. I have to do that for the HRMS app as well, which has similar set of Python files and test cases. where do you start? Like, with that amount of files and lines of code, where do you even start? That's the crux of the talks here. Like, sometimes the tools and the approaches are you already know, but you need some supporting structure to help you start or navigate your entire work. That's where the scaffolding comes in. Essentially, a bird's eye view of what the current state of the entire repository is, what my change will do to it, and then it helps me navigate my changes. And to achieve that, I thought, okay, let's employ GitHub. GitHub has GitHub Actions. Essentially, like whatever changes you do, it does a certain it runs a shell, and then you can configure it to run whatever you want. So I thought, okay, I have 200 plus test files, and I want each one of them to be independent, each one of them to be deterministic. So let me run each one of those test cases as a separate GitHub action. So I built a CI purely to do that. Essentially, whenever I push my change, when I was doing the refactor, it goes and finds all the test files and runs individual single test files as a separate GitHub runner. So I can be sure that whatever changes I do works. At the same time, each test case is not relying upon some stale data or master data set up by some other test. So you're essentially ensuring determinism at an individual Python file level. So I was doing this for like a couple of months. As you can imagine, there's 200 files I have to handle. 364 individual test suits. Test suits are essentially classes, Python classes that has test functions inside them. I had to do this for all these files. So how did I do this? Yeah, we have the scaffolding, but even with the scaffolding, I need another strategy. You can't randomly pick a doc type and start working on it. I mean, you can do that, but it's there is no reason to do it. Then I thought, okay, there's always a divide and conquer. The tests are intended to be deterministic or not relying upon some other tests. So what I thought is like, just sort all the files, filter for the first 10 or 15, and then refactor them. Once they succeed, I move on to the next one. Essentially a simple algorithm for myself to go through all those 200 plus files. So even with all of this, so I made sure that all the 200 of the test files succeeded in their individual separate run in GitHub CI. That was a huge boost. Like when I started the refactor, now every single one of them failed, and then all of them green. And then I thought, okay, individually they run. What if I run tests consequently? Like you run one test and then immediately run the next test. Will that work? It failed. Somehow, when you run the tests individually, it worked, but when you run them in group, it failed. I was like scratching my head, like how can this be? I ensure determinism using a rollback. Then I learned there's different levels of undeterminism. And I was only optimizing for one type of deterministic behavior, which is DB level. So I was essentially ensuring there is no stale data left behind at the DB level using a rollback. So then I figured there are some internal, some doc types have internal logic where they do explicit commits. Again, I removed all the commits and the test logic. Now I have to go and check individual doc type logic. For example, if I want to refactor the test cases in sales invoice, and if a sales invoice does explicit commit somewhere in its code, how do I handle it? Very simple. You just pull it inside a if clause, like essentially a test guard. Like if you're running a test, don't commit, but if you're an actual production application, you will commit it. That was a simple fix. That's DB level undeterminism. And there's another level of undeterminism called process level. Essentially like, okay, the DB doesn't have any stale or bad data, but the Frappe process, the test runner, still has some leftover data set up by some other test being used by some other internal logic. That was happening in Frappe flags. Flags is essentially a entire process level attribute. The problem is there was some doc types, especially accounting dimensions, were using this to achieve a kind of a makeshift caching mechanism. They were caching the results here and then reusing somewhere else, but it was causing breakages. So I have to remove all such logic regarding related to test sets. Once all of this is done, essentially a new way of running a test and then establishing a new structure and then using scaffolding to rewrite all of this, then everything worked. Like to give a perspective of what the scope of this work is like, around ERP, combining both ERPNest and HRMS, there's like 2,800 individual test cases. They all should work like before, and any kind of flakiness has been removed. So this is the entire effort that it took, like 5 months, 6 months of effort to rewrite like 300, 400 test files, 2,800 individual test cases. Then I stepped back and I did a kind of introspection. I was wondering like what allowed me to do this kind of a massive work. Then I realized like, okay, the tools and the structure, like anybody could have did it. Like the scaffolding, the way to break down a huge problem, a meta problem, and then do uh, sequential small progresses over it over a period of time. I think that is missing in the current engineering landscape. Like I don't see many engineers willingly doing it. But once you do that, once you achieve that level of scaffolding skill, like when to do it, where to do it, and how to do it, now the entire repo is your playground. You can do whatever changes you want. So for this entire, so I think some of you might have your GitHub CIs broken because of my work, but that's unavoidable. You have to rewrite yours. But what I realized is the scaffolding was the breakthrough, not the tools or the structure. Like that was there all along. The way to break down the bigger problems is the way of thinking, breaking down bigger problems into small, small chunks is the shift in mindset that's required for senior engineers to, tackle large repo-wide problems. So yeah, I hope you get to take away some of the things that I learned. I'll be around today and tomorrow. If you have any questions regarding the project or if your test suits broke, do approach me. I'll guide you on how to fix it. Thanks. You want to take, I can take a few questions now. Okay.
Thank you, Rutra, for the insightful talk. I mean, I hope it was insightful. I am a non-developer. I don't understand most of it, but I hope you guys did. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Parth, and I'm going to be the host for this event. Before we proceed with the next talk, I just have a few requests. Please maintain silence while the talks are going on. If you have any questions, note it down. After the talk is over, we will be able to, if we have time, we will be taking a few questions. Otherwise, we have a dedicated Q&A session in the second half. You can ask your question, and you will also see all the engineers around, so you can always catch up during a tea break or lunch break or something. Okay. And another very important request, please keep your phones on silent. We understand that it's start of April, you might have a few go lives going on and you might be getting a lot of calls, but please keep your phones on silent. If it's very important, you can step outside and take the call. Okay, so with that, we'll be moving on with the next talk. Before that, I have a question. How many of you have used any of the productivity app of Frappe? Anyone? Yeah, very few hands. Okay. How many of you know that Frappe has productivity apps? Okay, so quite a few people are aware, but they have not used it. Frappe people don't have to raise hands. I mean, we use it internally, we know. Okay, so the next talk is by the engineer who works in the productivity apps team. We have, for those of you who don't know, we have a Frappe drive. Game plan is there. We have Frappe slides. Most of the presentations are on Frappe slides. Apart from that, we also have Frappe Meet. So these are the productivity apps which are a part of Frappe ecosystem. And the next talk is going to be by the engineer who works in the productivity app. He's also one of the youngest and very talented engineer of Frappe. The title of the talk is The Math of Disagreement. I know you can't tell much from the title because it feels like it's in a cryptic language. Even I had to ask him. So I'll just invite Safwan on the stage to give the talk. Please welcome on stage Safwan Samsudin.
Hello, everyone. So today I'm going to be talking about how to build collaborative software. So some background on this. I work on Frappe Writer. You might know me for working on Frappe Drive, but I also work on this thing called Frappe Writer, which is our collaborative document tool. If any of you have attended Frappe West, you might remember me showing this recording, where there are two users in two different tabs. Both of them are typing, but the changes apply in real time. So what powers this technology? That's what we're going to explore today. So if you think about it from first principles, how might you build collaborative software? So maybe the first obvious thing that you'll think of is you probably might just tag the timestamp, right? So two users, let's call them Emmanuel and Donald. They're both typing. You'll see the timestamp at which they insert the character, and based on that, you merge the document, correct? So let's try out a demo like that. We have two users. Both of them are typing at the same time, and when you try syncing based on the timestamps, it looks awful, right? Which actually makes sense when you think about it. Because if you just calculate the timestamp, both the words will be interleaved, right? Because both of them are typing at roughly the same time. So this actually cannot be done. There's also a secondary problem to this. We are assuming that we can accurately track the timestamp. But there's something called the clock problem, which is that different devices have slightly out of sync clocks. For example, my mobile might be just maybe 20, 30 milliseconds ahead of my laptop's clock time. In most cases, that wouldn't affect anything, right? But in this case, in the case of collaborative editing, things would go very wrong. So we actually can't use this method for collaborative editing at all. So what we are using in Writer and in many other applications to build collaborative software is this data type called CRDTs, conflict-free replicated data types. So how do they solve this? They essentially avoid the problem of timestamps by not storing the time at all. How CRDTs work is, by default, for example, what we think, how we look at is, we look at these as one document with a conflict, right? It starts off with hello, and then there's a conflict between world and earth. But CRDTs don't look at it like that. They treat it as two separate documents which somehow need to be merged. So the core of a CRDT is always that merge function. It takes two documents that are seemingly independent, but they need to be merged and to give meaningful results. So the way we approach collaboration is a CRDT, and the way CRDT does collaboration is by a powerful merge function. And the merge function is actually very mathematical in nature. There are just three principles, many of which you might have studied in high school too. So as long as three principles are followed, you have a valid CRDT merge function. Let's go through those principles now. The first one is commutativity, which means that regardless of the order of which you merge, you should always get the same result. For example, if you merge your device's changes with the other person's changes, or if you merge their changes first with yours, you should always get the same result. Because that's what you, as the end user, expect, right? You might have heard of this property from multiplication too. Multiplication is also commutative, which means that the order of the operations does not affect the final result at all. The second principle is associativity, which also multiplication is also associative, which means that regardless of how you group the operations, you will always get the same result. So in the context of collaborative text editing, say three people are working on a document at the same time, and one of them temporarily goes offline, maybe they're in the train or something, and they lose network, the Apache network. If we merge the first two documents and then merge that document with the third user's changes, you should still get the same result. That's what associativity guarantees. The third principle is idempotency. Rudra also mentioned this briefly, although in a different context. The idea is, regardless of how many times you play an operation, you should always get the same result. So if you merge something with itself, you should still get the same result. This might not seem important, but we will soon see in the example why it's important. So these three principles combine together in something called convergence, which means that regardless of how the operations are ordered, regardless of how they're grouped, you should always get the same result at the end. So a valid CRDT merge function just has to be convergent. So let's build a CRDT merge now using the very same example. So here we'll do a CRDT merge. So let's think a bit about how we'd represent this from a data structural point of view, right? We can't store the timestamps. What do we as humans expect when you're typing text, right? So really, when we're typing out characters, we expect them to come after the character you just typed, right? So for example, if I'm typing out world, if I'm Emmanuel and I'm typing out the word world, when I type W, I expect it to be after the space. When I type O, I expect it to be after the W. So what you're really tracking is the after position. So instead of storing the timestamp, let's have a data structure such that we have an ID for each character. In this case, the ID is just the author and what is known as the logical timestamp, which is just the counter in this case. So E1 is the first character that Emmanuel typed. E2 is the second character Emmanuel typed. So that is the ID. Along with that, we're also storing the character that comes after each character. So let's try building up this data structure instead of just the timestamps. So here we have the code for this. When we're typing, so the first thing we need to do is find the logical timestamp, that is which number of how many characters the user has typed before this. So let's go through the document. And we'll first get all the operations which has been done by this author. So we can do that by getting the first element of the ID, because as the comment says, the ID is in the form of the author with the logical timestamp. So where that equals the author, so now we have the author operations. To find the logical timestamp, we will take the last operation of the author and find the logical timestamp of that and then increment it. So fairly simple stuff. So ID1, the second element in the ID is the logical timestamp, and then we increase it by 1. And of course, if it's the first edit of the author, it starts off at 1. So with this, we will now assign an ID to each character such that the ID is the author and the logical timestamp. And we'll also store which character this comes after, which is of course the last character in the document, correct? So we'll do doc.length -1. And of course, if it's the first character, there's no after element, so it's just null. So let's take a look at this code. It looks about right. Let's test it. When you start typing and you show the internals, let's just go through it once. So the after, we actually have to provide the ID. We have provided the full element. We have to provide the ID because that's what we're also doing in our data structure here, right? After, for example, is B5. So now when you type and we try to see how it's being represented, we see that the base characters of course start off with base 1, base 2, but then Donald's changes, instead of tracking the timestamp, we say that it's after the base 5 character. Similarly, W is after Donald's first character. Same thing with the manual changes. So we have somewhat represented this tree now. Now the next step, of course, is getting something meaningful out of this tree. So as humans, what do we expect? We expect something like hello Earth World or hello World Earth, right? So essentially, where the fork is, we want to decide go down one pathway, go down fully, and then come back to it. So maybe we want something like this, correct? We apply Donald's changes fully, and after we're done with that, we come back to Emmanuel's changes and apply it like that. So let's try building that live now. So in our merge docs function, the first thing we'll do maybe is in each doc, we'll flatten it out. So we'll go over each document. And we'll just add the operation to our flattened ops array. Will this work? It probably won't, but let's start off with this. So this is a very basic merge function which just takes all the operations, all the characters in both documents and then puts them together. Let's see how this looks like. When we sync it, so we're getting something, but it's obviously not correct, right? It just merged both the documents together. This is not what we want. What principle does this break? Remember I spoke about 3 principles? This is not idempotent because we already have base 1, base 2, base 3, all of the first 5 letters, even though they're already there in the document. When we replay the operation, it should not be in the final merged version. So our merge function is not idempotent. Let's add that first. It's pretty simple. Before we add it, we just verify that the ID is not already there in the document. So we go over each flattened operation. We stringify the ID just for ease of comparison. We check that this thing does not already exist. This operation has not already been inserted. So if it's not there, then, only then, do we add it to the array. So now let's try this. This might work. Seems to work, but does it really work? That's the question. Is it commutative? Is it associative? So for the purposes of the example, let's go to app.view. So here, this is the UI that we're doing here. I have a util called shuffle array. So before we pass in the array to the merge function, let's just shuffle it up because according to our promise, it's commutative. Regardless of the order you pass it in, it should always give you the same meaningful result. So let's try this. Let's sync it. Sorry, I've not saved it. So let's sync it. It looks horrible. And every time you sync it, it gives something different, right? Because this is not a valid merge function at all. It's not commutative. We're not actually respecting this tree structure, right? We're just merging all the separate nodes together. So what we want is to follow what we're doing here, where you go through each node, you find all the children that come after it, and then you decide one path, traverse down it fully, and then come back. Let's try applying that data structure now in our code. So let's build the tree first. We'll start off with the dictionary because we want to track all the children of each node. So now we'll go over every operation in the flattened ops array. And we'll first generate a key of the after. So for example, if this op comes, if the after exists, we'll just stringify it again because dictionary keys have to be strings. Stringify op.after. Otherwise, if it's not after any element, if it's the first element, we just say null. So, and then we start off with initializing with a empty list. And then we push this operation to that list. So now we have a tree, something like this, right? We have represented this data structure in our code. We have a tree of each node and all the children that belong to each node. So now we need to flatten out this tree somehow. So how we'd approach that is something like this. So we'd have a function we call flatten tree. It would take in a key defaulting to null, which is the first node. We'd first get all the children of that from the tree we have just created. And then for each child, what we do is we of course we want a result thing. For each child, we'd first push this own node to the thing, but then we also want to flatten the rest of the tree, right? So I'll explain this in the diagram. Take a look at this. So when we are at O, for example, we first add that, of course, but then we want to flatten the rest of the tree. So after we add D1, we want to flatten D2 to D6. So it recursively goes through and flattens, we decrease the length of the problem, so to speak. So it's a very clean recursive solution, wherein the entire tree structure becomes flattened. So of course, this is json.stringify, the child's ID. And then at the end, we'll return the result. And then we need to flatten the entire tree. This should work. Let's take a look. So now we start typing. Remember, we're still shuffling the array. So we're now testing whether this thing is properly commutative. And when we sync it, just a minute, I probably made some error here. Okay, by default, if it's at the end, for example, we need to give it an empty array, right? If there are no nodes after this. So now it's correct. Even though we're sending in shuffle things, if you look at the internals, it's properly flattening the tree, looking at what we have said as the after character is. So now let's play around and just push it to its limits. So we have also said that it's idempotent, which means that if you pass in the same array, no matter how many times, it should still give you the same result. Let's try that. It works. We also said that it's associative, which means that if you first merge multiple subdocuments before merging the entire document, it should still give you the same result. Let's try that. That also works. So we have successfully built the entire tree structure that we see on in this diagram. We've built that in code. So you guys might have a doubt here. There is a fork here, right? Why did we decide to go down one path? Like in this case, why do we decide to put world before earth? The thing is, CRDTs don't decide that for you. You as the developer can decide that. What CRDTs promise is a consistent solution always. So what you need to do is, you just have to type break by some metric. It doesn't matter what it is, so long as it's objective. So in this case, in fact, our merge function is not completely perfect because, let's say we do this. We first pass in doc A instead of, we previously passed doc A before doc B, but if we do this, we'll see that earth comes first. So it's not perfect yet. The reason is, right here, we're just going through the children, right? And the children could be in any order, it depends on what the users have passed in. So we need to sort the children by some objective metric. I've just decided the author ID, but you can just, when you implement it, you can do what you like. So we'll go over the author. The author, of course, is the first element in the ID, and we'll compare the local with the author of the second, with the other thing. So now, even though we're passing in B first, we should still get hello world earth. So now this merge function is perfectly commutative, associative, and idempotent. So that is the thing. They don't promise to be correct. You can decide what correct is for you, but they promise to be consistent. Regardless of what happens, internet issues, some data not being passed through, you'll always get the same result. So some of you might not understand how this merging relates to real time. The thing is, real time itself is somewhat of a hack because CRDTs don't actually track timestamp, like I said. How real time works is, if you merge a doc quickly enough, so in this case, let's refresh this, and let's say Donald starts typing, right? When he types W, what real-time applications do, they immediately transmit that update and they merge it on the other side. So the bases get reset. So the new base is actually the new updated document. So real-time is not actually the CRDT. It's the CRDT plus a very low concurrent window. The concurrent window is the duration you go without merging. So for example, if you merge 5 times within a second, you have a very low concurrent window, right? So it feels like it's real-time because you're merging so frequently that there is no conflict at all. So the secret of real time is very simple, just a working convergent CRDT merge function and merging it frequently enough. So of course, this is a very basic demonstration. CRDT is actually very complicated because of the variety of different operations that can be done, right? Here I've only shown you the ability to add characters, but every delete must be tracked, some special operations, if you move things around, everything needs to be tracked and patched across and applied properly. So CRDTs in reality are very complicated, but here I've just shown you a simple demonstration because that's what they depend on, just these three principles. So there are a couple other methods of real-time transmission too. If some of you might know that Google Docs actually does not use CRDT. They use something called operational transformation, which is an older technology. So why do people prefer CRDTs nowadays? The biggest reason is CRDTs are very scalable and cheap because you don't need to send the entire document across or sync it. You just need to send the updates, right? So in our demo here, when Donald types out world, you don't need to send the entire document again. You only need to send the fact that he typed W to the other user. And then they call the CRDT merge function on their client, and the document works perfectly. So it's very cheap, it's very scalable. It's also by definition peer-to-peer because the clients, each of the clients has their own merge function, and you only need to broadcast the updates to each other. You don't need a central server to manage the diffing or anything complicated like that. And that's why CRDTs are so popular nowadays. If any of you have used the Figma multiplayer mode, that actually works on based on CRDTs. You guys can scan this QR code. They have a nice blog post explaining how CRDTs are implemented in Figma. Redis uses CRDTs for concurrent write operations. They're used everywhere nowadays. It's a somewhat recent technology, but it's very popular because of how efficient and amazing it is. So yeah, this meme. Real time feels like a very complicated, huge engineering task, but it's actually it's beautifully simple math. So once you implement that, you have working real time. That's what powers Writer, that's what powers Figma, that's what powers so many applications throughout the world. Thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot to take questions. You guys have questions? Yeah. Go ahead.
How does it differ from the using the web server? Because as you mentioned, you still need to pass the
Exactly.
the parts
Right.
towards the other end user.
So
Yeah. So how does it differ from using the WebSocket? Because you mentioned that you still need to send the part across the other party to get the data merged actually.
So it actually doesn't differ. WebSocket is an important part of this. So
Okay.
the CRDT just does the merging, but what the WebSocket does in this case would be passing the updates around to all the other clients that are listening onto this document. So if we go back to our example, so in this case, when Donald types these letters, we need a WebSocket to transmit those updates to all the other clients listening. So a WebSocket is an important part of this implementation of real time.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Yeah, it's on my GitHub. I can do too. Cool.
Thank you, Safwan. One request: if you during the presentation, if you find something good, something cool, don't shy away from giving a round of applause. It really boosts the confidence of the speaker, and it will help. So yeah, with that, moving on. So for those of you who have used applications like ERP Next and HRMS, you might know how important compliances are, right? And at the same time, they are very complex. I mean, compliances are even hard to understand. Imagine building an application for it, right? It's very complicated. And the next talk is on the same line. The topic of the talk is how to build compliance applications. The speaker, he is very well known in the community. Him and his team has built applications like Raven and Mint. So for those of you who have used this application, you might know him. He's also someone who said I am making a presentation, was sitting right over there. So to give the next talk, please welcome on stage Nikhil Kothari.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Audible? Okay, so let's see this entire gobbled mess and we'll just play. Okay, before we get started with the talk, like all talks cannot be as interesting as the previous one. This is going to be the most boring talk that you'll attend at this event. Because I am on the ERP Next team. I just joined a few months ago. one of the first things that I did was the traumatic experience of reviewing compliance apps that are already there for ERP Next. And by traumatic, I really mean traumatic. I mean AI generated slop compliance apps. So, uh, yeah, so this talk is going to be absolutely boring. It's just pointers on what to do to make a compliance app. And I won't take a lot of time, probably 5 minutes, 10 minutes if we are, if we are really unlucky. Um, okay, so what is a compliance app? ERP Next by default doesn't really ship with any regional code, right? So you might, in different countries, you have different tax rules, taxation rules, payroll rules, and you need certain extensions, certain customizations, uh, you know, to follow those local taxation rules. You also need certain third-party integrations. For example, in India, you need an integration with, let's say, the GST portal, or you might need certain print formats. You might have seen invoices with a embedded QR code, things like that. So compliance apps essentially build on top of ERP Next. And the way to build a compliance app is now fairly standardized. And most of this work was done by the Resilient Tech team, which builds the India compliance app. It's probably the most advanced and well built compliance app out there. And that is essentially the benchmark that we have as well to like compare and that app sets the standards for what a good a compliance app looks like. uh, so first thing, uh, your app is totally dependent on ERP Next, so please do this. Right? Your app cannot run without ERP Next, so this is like a bare minimum to do. Now, some compliance apps also extend, education and HR or maybe even lending. And if that's the case, I would say that maybe split it out into a separate app which is just for payroll compliance, for example. Or what you could do is how India compliance handles, which is if HR is installed, during the install script itself, create custom fields for HR instead of adding it into the app dependencies, which would mean that if someone just wants to use ERP Next without HR, they won't be able to install your compliance app. uh, so you can do this. And you can also use the hook which is after app install. It was a new hook that was added. So let's say if someone installs ERP Next, your compliance app, and then they install HR, you could still create those custom fields there. So the second thing, this is recently introduced, which is versioning. uh, Ideally your compliance app should also have separate versions for 15, 16, and develop. And then all of those different branches should specify the dependency of Frappe. This is new, but this is again required. So yeah, please do this. Next, custom fields. So this is not just applicable for like these kinds of apps. These are like applicable for any app that's extending any other Frappe app, right? If your logic depends on these custom fields, do not use the JSON export. Do not do it via fixtures. Main reason being that they are not system generated custom fields, so people can just delete the custom field, right? And then your app logic will break. So what you need to do is in your after install script, this is an example from Mint, but create custom fields using the standard function available in the framework. Uh, don't create custom fields using fixtures. So yeah, that's one. And second, please clean up those fields during uninstall. So a lot of times what happens is that a compliance app or any other app, it breaks something and then we uninstall it, but then it's still broken because whatever was created has not been deleted. So just clean up these fields during uninstall. This is very important. um, Third, print format. So a lot of these apps I've seen, they ship with print formats, but they do not set it as the default. So for example, ERP Next ships with the default sales invoice format, right? But if I install India compliance, I expect the GST invoice to be set as the default on install. So again, do this using the standard property setter method, uh, and also clean this during uninstall. So, and if you're using if you have very complex print formats, please do not monkey patch base document. Yeah, true story. For printing, like printing is probably the worst scenario for like extending or monkey patching based document, just extend your utilities using Jinja. uh, okay, next, document events. Now document events will be the most used extension that you would use for building these kinds of apps, right? Be very very sure if you want to do this, though, this particular example, GL entry, I mean, the amount of times that this function will be called is going to be like absolutely huge. So all these ledgers, GL entry, payment ledger entry, just make sure that you know what you're doing. So for example, again, India compliance does this, but you'll see that this function has a lot of early returns, right? So one of these apps that I was reviewing, they also had extended GL entry. They were doing on insert, they were running some piece of code, but on every insert of a GL entry, they were fetching something, and not even from the cache. They were fetching something, and that was totally not required. So have early returns if you absolutely have to extend GL entry or payment ledger entry, because those ledger entries are they are going to get executed in almost all the transaction vouchers in ERP Next. So, and this one's a simple one. This is just to validate. So, yeah. Next, class overrides. This was like, don't right. Don't do class overrides. Uh, I mean, I flag any app that has class overrides. Main reason being, if we update ERP Next with a logic change or with a performance improvement or a security improvement, uh, you are not going to get that benefit, because your code is essentially a copy and then you've made some changes to it. I was very surprised to know that India compliance does not have a single class override except for customized form, which is just for an audit trail thing. Like, I mean, that is remarkable. The kind of complexity that app has, it doesn't have a single class override. uh, what do they do instead, though? They use a lot of regional overrides, which is in ERP Next. There is a hook or a decorator called as allow regional, where what we have done is that a lot of these functions we have made like available to regional apps, so you can customize it. And then India compliance, this is what they do. They just have a bunch of regional overrides. And the thing is that because ERP Next is open source, you can look at the code in ERP Next and see what all regional overrides exist. And if something that you want does not exist, you can always create a GitHub issue for that. So this is the way to go about it, which is hooking into the core functionality, and that needs to be provided out of the box with ERP Next, which it does for a lot of things. I was really surprised to know this. uh, yeah, okay. uh, so the trauma is this, where, I mean, this is like setup taxes and charges. I've seen base document being monkey patched. Monkey patching is essentially, we have this function in ERP Next, and what you're doing is you're essentially changing the function in runtime. Problem is that we install these compliance apps by default on a shared bench, and even if, like, let's say if there are 200 sites on a bench and only one site needs this app, right? All 199 of those will get the monkey patch version as well of ERP Next. And that is a problem. We have had serious downtime issues because of this. There was a recent incident where I think something was monkey patch for chart of accounts, and that caused an issue leading to a drop in signups and everything. So just don't monkey patch. We are not going to accept any marketplace app that has any monkey patching. That is a strict rule, by the way. uh, so apart from that, the other hooks that you need to consider, where we have a transaction deletion record doc type where we delete a company's entire transactions. Please use the hook to avoid deleting all of your setups. Um, if you have any doc type which makes GL entries, make sure that they also support accounting dimensions, so that people are able to fill in the accounting dimensions and it gets passed into the GL entry. So yeah. Um, Again, another thing that I've noticed is a lot of apps, they make third party API calls to like an e-invoicing or e-way bill system, and they do not have permission checks for that. A huge problem is that if that API call is metered, wherein you pay for that API call, right, and you do not have any permission check. I've seen like 3 apps so far which do not have any permission checks for these whitelisted methods. please do add them. Either a role check or something, but please add permission checks to your calls to third party services. I mean, technically, you should add permission checks to all your whitelisted endpoints anyway. Um, yeah. The other things are all security related. Don't use raw SQL, add type hints, avoid explicit commits. And to enforce all of these, just make sure that your repository uses semgrep in its CI so that you're aware of all the violations that are happening. Um, yeah, that's it. That's the boring presentation, and I hope my trauma next year is less. Any questions? Hopefully not. Like these are all strict guidelines. No? I'm not sure. The CTO is sitting right beside you. So-
Hi, I like the presentation, though you're saying it's this is good. Can we get the GitHub link for this? आपका
for what?
वो आपने लास्ट में जो शेयर किया था मुझे याद
Oh,
आ गया
semgrep.
शेम
So it's frappe
Semigraph
slash
rules. Okay.
semgrep hyphen rules.
Oh, fine.
Just search for frappe semgrep on Google, you'll get it. No, I'll be publishing that, yeah. Oh, by the way, we also have an incubator program, but you'll have to connect with Umair about that for compliance apps. For a lot of countries are still missing. But yeah, one of the again these guidelines are strict. So okay, all right then.
Thank you, Nikhil. Before proceeding, a quick shout out to our sponsors of the event, Praxon Technovations and Navari Solution. Thank you for sponsoring and contributing to this event. A quick announcement, we are taking applications for flash talks. So if any of you wants to give a flash talk, there is a slot for tomorrow, but you can scan the QR code, submit your application. If your talk is shortlisted, then the team will reach out to you and you can give a talk in the slot which is there for tomorrow. And yeah, so now we will be taking a quick tea break. Tea and coffee is served on the terrace, and yeah, you can go out, network with people, have a tea, and see you back in here again at 11:50. Thank you.
Shub and Ankush in the introduction that people at Frappe are somewhat hawkish about AI. But the next talk is by one of our senior engineers who's used AI a lot, and he's going to show you what he's done just over the past week. All right, please welcome Faris Ansari.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello, hello. Okay. Hi everyone. Okay. I'm slightly nervous. I feel underprepared, but I'll give it my best shot. So, how many of you have used AI for coding? How many of you have not used AI for coding at all? Okay. So, I mean, this was what I was expecting. How many of you think this? Okay. Thank you. And how many of you are on this group? Okay, very few. I think both of you are wrong. I explain why. There are nuances like everything. Uh, so I'll start by talking about a project that is very dear to me, and it's not. It is related to front-end coding, but it is not UI. So if you have used Frappe UI, you might have used APIs like create list resource, and create document resource. How many of you have used or heard about these APIs? So if you have used it, it is a nice wrapper around fetching doc types to basically show your data, and the goal is tight integration with Frappe backend, right? So when it was written, it was done in it was handwritten. It's funny that I have to use this term now, but it was pre AI, and back then the cost of writing or rewriting code was very high. Oh, okay. After that, people expected TypeScript support, composition API. The V1 was written for Vue 2 and Options API, but V2 people had more expectations, and even I was learning TypeScript at the time. So I did AI assisted version of V2 data fetching API, which looks like this. Yeah. The same create list resource has now become useless, and then you can pass an interface so that you get nice auto completion, and you have similar API. And this API, I migrated game plan to V2, and then I lived with it for a year, and then I started facing issues with it. I didn't like the ergonomics. I had to import so many things every time. But this was while I was learning this, I was studying other libraries, Tanstack, how they do it, and I tried to follow that, but something felt off. It didn't feel like Frappe. Then, after a lot of uh, frustrations, and also AI got better, so I had this idea of having a better TypeScript support, but that also feels like Frappe. So now I want to show you the V3 API, which looks like this. So what you have to do is just import the doc type from doc types and start doing this. So I have an example here, tasks, and this is a test page here that is using that API. So you will see you get similar experience, but there is only one import, which is the doc type, and then this gives you get list, get doc, bulk update, get count, new doc, on update, everything. All of this is not there in V1 or V2. Then I was to push it even further. I thought, why not auto generate everything? So if you see this, the file that you are importing the doc type from. So let me search for GP discussion. So in TypeScript, if you know, you have to define interfaces. So this whole file and the variable that we import, which is done by defining a doc type and then passing the interface. Previously, you had to do this for every use list or use doc call. Now it is at one place, and the next level of this API was to also generate APIs for the document methods and controller methods. I'll show you what I mean. So you can also do this. So move discussions is a custom whitelisted method, and you get auto completion for the params also. So if you don't pass the correct params, it will throw TypeScript warnings. So I'll show you how this works. So move discussions is a whitelisted method at the root of the controller file. And this is a standard pattern that we have seen in Frappe code bases, or at least this is a convention that I like to follow, because I don't like dotted path to the function everywhere. Because here, if you notice, you're not writing dotted paths at all. You just get nice doc type and object oriented API. So even the return types, the input types, everything is typed. You see, it was supposed to be typed. Yeah, but the cool thing is this whole file is auto generated. And the way it works is there is TypeScript interface generator that is part of Frappe, and then it hooks into wait config, and then you just define what doc types you want to generate the types for. So this is V3. Now I want to show you how I arrived at this. So this is the prompt, if you can read. So PRD was very rough idea of what I wanted to do. So the key thing that I want you to take away is after this back and forth of brainstorming, what I ended up with was markdown files. So I started with 3 markdown files, core, API, and then view. So funny thing is, previously I didn't write to use docs at all. Now I start with docs. So, so this is what it looked like before even writing any line of code. So the other chat was, let me see, Then I opened another session and just gave it the 3 files and then asked it to do it. Another good thing about this API is the core and view layer are separate. So if you see, there is generic core. I mean, I started with the idea that because the Raven team is also here, I foresee that we will have a React adapter. So why not build a generic core layer that any framework can adopt? So this demo that you see here is built on the V3 API, and you have all the goodness of V1 and V2, but with better, less code. So we have bulk update, real-time events, everything. So I'll not go deep into that now. So what I learned was V1 worked for a while. V2 was correct, but it was not good. The good comes from you. So AI will generate what you want. If you don't know what you want, then it will generate shit. Also, I mean, if AI is writing 100% of the code, who is the real copilot? Yeah, this is also, I mean, a takeaway. Now I want to move into the next part, which is this running joke. To make things fast, just rewrite it in Rust. So I took that joke seriously. uh, yep. So this is completely, I was bored one evening and I just wanted to see if this is possible. So the first thing that I did was asked AI to study bench code base and see if it is even possible to rewrite bench in Rust. And it came up with these 5 dense documents. I won't show them, but after this, in another session, I gave the markdown, and then because it had this, so again about the correctness point, the loop, the AI generation loop becomes, it will generate correct output when it has something to test on. So because the goal was to have bench CLI parity, so it knew what the correct output was. So until it got the correct output, it will rigorously do the loop. So ended up with speed up in these not so useful commands. These are not the commands we use every day. But I found out that majority of the commands are passed through to Frappe framework, which are list tabs, migrate, new app, new site. But even then, I got 500 millisecond improvement in all commands. And this I can see so yeah, it actually works. I have tested this. So here it was only one site. So you'll notice we have auto completion, which you don't have in bench. And then we have auto completion for site. This I wanted for so long. Again, day-to-day usage, I can see improvement. But the thing is, because I can't debug this code base, I'm not going to, replace bench with it. This was just exploration. Good thing about this was, I found out you can generate auto completions just using bash script. So I just ported that part to the original bench. So now we have shell completions in bench that is fast. I'll show that. So this is normal bench. I hope it works. Okay, it works here, I think. Yes. In normal bench we have the same. Yeah. So experiments become cheap. They are just one prompt away. If you are curious, you will branch into interesting areas where you didn't think you would. Previously in pre-era, I would have to ask Ankush or some other person who is expert in scripts or bash or something to learn this, but now I get, or maybe I could have done the grunt work of learning, but I wouldn't have connected the whole thing. But now it's, and again, even now I cannot debug bash, but completions are not critical to how bench works, so you can use it. Yeah, so the next section is while preparing for this talk, I want to share that also. Let me see. Okay. So when I was preparing for this talk, I thought I'll show how agents are good at writing Frappe code. So I did that and found out that it's got stuck on bench new up command. So if you have run bench new up command, it is an interactive command. So it gets stuck in the terminal. It doesn't know how to pass the correct parameters. So the next thing to do was to introduce non-interactive mode in bench new app. So I did that. Then I wanted to generate front-end scaffold, and the current one is very outdated. And when the current boilerplate which is there, I think Frappe UI starter, it was also written in pre-AI era, and that's why it's outdated. But for this, I also did that. So what I did was I gave it game plan code base, I gave it Frappe and bench. So it correctly added the right, for example, you also have dash dash front end. Let me just maybe show. So here it will ask Frappe UI frontend. Main. So you'll see this message. And maybe we can explore. So you get front end scaffold with everything set up. And while doing this, I also figured out pain points in the current configuration also. So in the if you have in the new apps currently, you don't have this because this was recently added, because we have the separate config for index HTML path. Now it's just front end route. You pass what front end route you want, and then it will automatically handle everything. So again, this was a tangent. While I was preparing for this talk, I came through these things. So it raised equivalent PRs, and it's also great at working with multiple code bases. So it understands where the integration points are, and it can generate commit messages. It can create pull requests. I even generate PR descriptions. So yeah, here basically I wanted to point out that working with multiple repos at once and doing grunt work of basically front end scaffold is not a huge task, but it's grunt work. The another thing that I learned from this is if agent is not able to do something, probably your interface is bad for humans too. This is true for Ben CLI and unstructured code bases. Okay, I have a missing slide here. Sorry. Okay. This was the slide. Okay. Next part of the presentation. Am I going too fast? Okay. I was hoping my talk came after the code off, so it would have been more impressive, but anyway. So basically the code of contest that is going to be held at 5 p.m. is run on this platform, which is a code of app built on Frappe framework in roughly 3 AI sessions of 3 hours each. And let me show the demo maybe first. All right. So we don't have any data, not a problem. Yep. Good thing about working with AI is demo script is also ready on day one. So this is how it looks. I'll show the okay. So it starts with a tournament. We have some fields, players, round durations, and then there are matches. There are problems. So what I'm trying to show here is how well designed the form layout, the labels, everything are. I didn't do any changes here. It can uh, it can be improved slightly, but this is just one shot implementation of the doc type design. What else? Even the problem, it also figured out that each problem must run in a time limit, and all of these are tested while the code is running in a sandbox. So now let me show it works. So as an organizer, I have some actions that other users do not. So let me, yeah. So again, to test this app, I had to log in as different users. So one was organizer, two was each of the player, and other was guest user. Guest users can also access this. So I added helpers like this. Where is it? So in tournament, you can just enable this checkbox, and I see this user switcher. I can just log in as Alice. In one, and then another. Is Bob. So this is the lobby screen. Wait. Yeah. So in this screen, the player cannot see the other data. If you can see, it's the same screen. So it's also a screen where the audience can vote before the match starts. So let's just also test from a guest user. If you log in as guest, you see this, and you can pick who you think will win. Then Bob has to join. Where is Bob? Yeah. So now the organizer can start the match, and the audience can cheer for pretty stupid but fun. Let me write. So as I write code, it gets updated. So this is supposed to be live streamed. So this is what the audience will see, not the players. So players see this, and then you run tests and verify. So you there are some sample test cases that you can see, and then there are other test cases that you cannot see, but you have to pass all of them. So if I submit this, yeah, it's a wrong answer, obviously. So yes, the correct answer and the screen updates, and you also see the flashes. So there are some banners that, for example, if a player solves one test, the first test case, it shows first blood. So there are some other. So yeah, this is the flow. And then one of them goes to the next round, and then you can start the next match. So the MVP of this was done in the first session itself. The next 2 or 3 days I spent just on polish. So the point I'm trying to make here is, when you're building real apps, I mean, there is the first 90% of the work, and then there's the other 90% of the work. So I mean, it reduces the time to first polish work by a significant margin. So I'll share some of the prompts. Let's see. Yeah. No, just what I had in my mind. I couldn't find the first prompt that I started this with, but I ended up on these three files again. These are markdown files. So I had a very rough idea how I wanted it to be, and then through brainstorming sessions and markdown file generation, I arrived at these goals. Also interesting to see how it is also mentioning non-goals. And then I asked it to grill me with every possible. So when you have a rough idea, you don't think about the edge cases, but what AI is really good at is, I mean, covering most of the things that you wouldn't think of. So I had to decide things like how do you do the tie break. Let me see if it is here. Yeah. So after the MVP was done, now, I mean, if you, yes, so not exact. So it's the data model has rough modeling. It's very good at understanding how Frappe doc types link to each other. You saw the doc types. It also did edits in the markdown. I mean, this is the session. So for example, here, here I'm asking it to grill the markdown. What are the ambiguities? So it came up with some suggestions. What is the login flow, assignment workflow? And then, yeah, here it is asking me, how does the contestant code interact? Bracket types. So it asked me, so this was this I didn't think of. So now it was it has had to be power of 2, otherwise we had to decide who to send to the next round without any matches. So interestingly, so that is why it is limited to 8. Otherwise the next number is 16, so that will take a lot of time. So also started with unit tests. So again, this code base has 63% code coverage and game plan has very less. Again, so if I see some bad pattern, if it is trying to write a lot of code, so AI is trained to generate a lot of code. It is not trained to eliminate. So you have to actively do refactors. Really good at commits also. Yeah, so things like so yeah, this was pretty fun. Anything else? No. Yeah, so I think you'll see this thing live in action in the evening. So yeah, it has, I mean, CI tests running. So tests are good because every new change you do, AI will verify whether the test pass or not. And AI will work well on well-structured code bases, and that follows that has TDD, that has. So if you have large code files, then that also bloats bloats the AI context. So just like for humans, large code files are not easy to, I mean, get to understand in your head. So it's the same for AI. So if you design it better for AI, it is also better for humans too. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. So reduces time to first polish, enforces engineering best practices. So after all of this, so my original idea was for this talk was to show how to build a live Frappe app, but that didn't go well as you are seeing now. But I went back and reviewed the code and I saw some patterns that it was not following correctly. So for example, yeah, where is it? It really likes to write FrappDB commit for some reason. I don't know. Please don't write FrappDB commit. This is us. So I had to explicitly update the skill. I'll show the skill also. But yeah, and also FrappDB set values at random places. And then it did not have the knowledge about Frappe QB, so it is also tending towards raw SQL queries. And yeah, the same thing here. So all this, so after doing this, I encoded the practices in here. I think I'll show it. So it was not writing, specifying the HTTP method. So this is now part of the skill. Anti-patterns is don't create separate API function when it can be written in the controller file. Also, there is thing about, also, did you know that bench execute can now directly take args, not the awkward dash dash kw args and then JSON? I don't know if how many of you know that. Pretty annoying. So in the skill, you can write things like this is not preferred and this is preferred, and you can also write why, and then AI will be good at analyzing when to use which skill in what context. Actually, I should start with that. How skills work is, which is different from things like agent MD, where you dump everything in one markdown file. So as the markdown file gets larger, it tends to bloat the context. Here, it is like a table of content. So it will load the skill file first, and then based on your query, it will decide which files to read next. So if I'm only talking about whitelisted APIs and controllers, it will only read 2 files. So we have a skill for all the functional areas of Frappe framework. And then we have three front-end markdown files, because we have 3 ways of writing front-end. So yeah, again, things like site management. For example, if I'm working on game plan and it doesn't know which site I'm working with, so adding generic rules like site name often contains app name. So first look at the sites folder and see which site name has the app name, then that is probably the site name you're looking for, and it works pretty well. So yeah, this is skills. Still, this is a very few iterations, could improve. And AI tends to agree with you, so a lot. So if you are going in a wrong direction, it will say this. So I mean, the point I'm making is you have to know what you want. If you don't know what you want, you will get slop. So again, the other part of this is if you trust it entirely, then it's not I mean, yeah, it's brain rot coding. You don't stop and review, then you stop relying on your intelligence. That's where things go down. Again, I'm not trying to say you use this or you don't use this. These are my learnings. In the beginning, I mean, I've also given it more, and I'm trusting it more and more. I'll show what I mean by that. So there's this drop down, you can see. So by default, it is on default approvals. It means, let's say I ask it to do a task and it involves running some commands, doing git commit, things like that. So for critical things like running an rm command, it will ask, you have to explicitly say allow. But now I'm tending towards this bypass approvals, and then I go and have my coffee or something. That is where I'm at now. And I'm also, previously I was using the, what do you say, $12 free Copilot Pro credits that I think open source developers get. But not quickly, but over time I tend to use it up in few weeks. So now I'm also paying for the premium plan. So yeah, that is my journey of AI coding. Where is the yeah. Questions?
Did the other 90% polish work took longer than if you had done the so if you look at the amount of time you spent versus like the polish work would still take majority of the development time that you probably would have put in the first 90% of the work anyway.
No, you cannot arrive at the polish work before you have something to work on. That is why it's called the MVP, right? So the first 90% is the MVP. Things are working, but are they delightful? Is it the best UX? No.
And then, secondly, I couldn't help but notice the final structure of the repo you had of the skills and the spec sheet and all those, um, yeah, the things you had to feed the agent. That only looks like the code repository, like the structure of the actual code repository that we work with right now. So it's like one higher layer abstraction of what we already work with, but like one that now looks like natural language and probably more people can write.
Didn't understand the question.
So the repo you had, like you mentioned, like you can't write the spec sheet or the skills in the same file because then as the file grows larger, the AI slop becomes tends towards slopping a lot more than being specific. So you had to then break it down into different files for specific skills.
So actually, okay. So skills are different. Skill is supposed to be covering a large area of stuff. For example, if it is a Frappe framework skill, it has to know how to write API, how to write controllers, how to write tests. But the spec driven development, what I showed, is even if there are 3 markdown files, all of them is specific to one thing.
Right. So with like that's like essentially what code does right now, right? You have one folder for like one, say, right now we have doc types. You have one file for one kind of functionality, and that's just like grows with. Yeah, yeah, that's essentially like you just. It's kind of like code, but like just
Yeah.
one.
Yes. So I mean, literally, I mean, if you see the file names were core.md, view.md, and it created folders, core folder and view folder. So it is literally translating. So it also means the better your spec is, the better the code output would be.
Uh, did you have any issue with the agent not understanding which skill to use or just goofing up and going
Yes.
not using the skills?
Yeah.
What did you do about it? Like, or is it a recurring problem still?
No, so it's this. So basically, there is the new agents are being trained on skills and how to uh, understand. So it's basically what keywords you use to trigger. So in this description, uh,
So while coding, do you specify like this, use this skill to do this kind of thing?
sometimes, but if if it is not able to understand, I just add it in the description. So if you read this, also applies when the user says things like, how do I hook into save, add a field to doc type. So they are not specifically saying Frappe, but it will understand to use this skill.
Okay.
I have a question about the first part of the bench recipe, right? You mentioned you mentioned you found out that auto completions could be written in shell, and that is what you learn from the thing. If you go to the bench repository and if you search for a file called completion in the bench
Yeah,
repository,
I've seen that. Internally, it runs. No, it runs Frappe utils bench helper. It is calling Python. I'm saying you can bypass Python completely. That was
understood.
the.
ठीक है. No, I'm saying like an intern 8 years ago would have told you, okay, you could just one shot this thing.
I didn't. It was not in my context. Sorry. Okay, I think the time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Faris. If you have more questions, I'm sure you'll find him around. You can just directly reach out to him and have a chat one-on-one. So moving on to the next talk. Next talk is around product management. Product management is something that that is something that we have gone back and forth on for quite some time, and it has also been a topic of discussion in a few Frappeverse conferences. I mean, those of you who have been attending Frappeverse conferences, you might know. So that's exactly what the next topic of the talk is going to be. And we have tried product management back in 2021. It didn't really work out well for us, but now we are giving a shot at it one more time. We have made some progress, and to shed some more light on it, please welcome on stage Michelle Alva, the Director of Products at Frappe.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Okay, great. Thanks. I hope I'm audible. So, feeling a bit out of place because this is a tech conference and I'm the non-tech. I'm a non-tech person. So I want to first start by asking, are there any non-tech people here? Can I just see some show of hands? Great. Okay. So you can see my topic. And I'm not here to tell you what to do and what not to do about product management. I think if you just Google, you'll get all the do's and don'ts. But I'm here to share our story, Frappe's story, on how we tried product management few years ago, how we learned out of it. Like we had some failures. We thought we would never do it again, but here we are now, 1 year into this. I am here to share what we learned and how we are doing it currently. So before I start with the talk, I want to set some context on our culture, right? If you've attended some past events of Frappe, or if you have been in the Frappe ecosystem for quite some time, you know how things in Frappe work, right? But if you just go to Frappe's website and search Frappe's vision, you will see this: art for art's sake, right? And Rushabh has beautifully written that down, and I've written some things out of it. So if you see the people at Frappe, and also I think our ecosystem, you can broadly divide this into like two categories of people. The first set of people are people who just love building things, right? It could be a piece of code, it could be some asset, it could be content, anything. But these people find joy in just building things, right? And even the first statement of our vision says that we are not here, we don't have an overreaching purpose to change the world. You know, some people just build things for fun, and it is what it is. And Frappe is a platform, we are at least aspiring to be a platform where multiple visions can coexist, right? So this is one set of people who just build things because it feels right for them. Then there are some people, and I think I belong kind of to this, in this category, where I keep questioning, like, you know, hey, at the end we are a company and we have to not be so delusional. We have to do something that feels that it's a company. At the end of the day, we are running a business. So we have these kind of people as well. There are few set of people who are a mix of both. They build things, but they also want something out of it. And finally, what binds us all together is the value of open source, right? We all our products are open source because we want the community to feel empowered and to make use of something that we've built. So this is what we are, and this has been going on. It's been 7 years for me in Frappe, and I've been seeing that work for all these 7 years. So let me take you back to 2021, right? Now we have a huge, like, a lot of products in our ecosystem, but back then we just had framework, we had ERP Next, and that was where our entire business was around. Like, so in 2020-21 we did implementations, and we had this a lot of enterprise customers and customers who would keep asking us, hey, what, build this product, build that product, and we were getting good business out of it. And at the same time, we had our community, and people would ask us, where is the roadmap? And I remember in recent conference also, where we said that there is magic, why do you want a roadmap, right? And back then we realized we couldn't say this to customers, so we had to show something, we had to plan things. So we thought, why not do product management? It is the right time. And what we did was, we knew that we weren't good at it, so we hired an external person, an external consultant, and this person sat with us, and they knew everything. Like, they were talking the right things, the things that happen in the market. It came with roadmaps. So what we did was, we sat down and we calculated like how many hours a dev needs, or a dev has, basically a developer has, and how much free time this developer has, and then split tasks into t-shirt sizes like L, medium, small, large, and that's how the entire planning was. And we did all the things right. We did roadmaps, we did backlogs, and we did rituals. But what didn't work, like, if I've already mentioned the culture at Frappe. It's kind of like it is around freedom, right? And this felt a bit, this is how it looked. So this felt a bit top down for the people who are not used to having like proper hierarchies, because we still don't have like proper hierarchies. I would call it pseudo hierarchical structure that we have here, but this just didn't feel like Frappe. And yes, we were trying to be user centric, but the inherent culture was to be a little bit, you do what you want to do. So that sort of didn't work. And we were doing a lot of reactive work. So if somebody came to us and said, hey, you know what, I want this feature, we would be just building it because it was important. Otherwise, we would lose that customer. And there were times when I've heard like, we've built something, we've added a feature, and later just gone and removed it too. So it was not well thought of. And because we were doing so much reactive work, we didn't have time to reflect. And like I mentioned, it was built for deals. We weren't thinking that this would be useful for other people as well. It was just for this one customer, I need to build it, right? So what happened was, we realized this was not our DNA, and eventually we stopped doing implementation. We gave it to partners, and we thought, what, we do building products, right? So let's just continue doing that. And around 2023, we also had this, because we have this self-driven culture, we also had a lot of internal problems. And then people, the developers picked those problems. They said, you know what, I could build this solution where I could help this sales team, or I could help the support team. And some of them just built solutions because it was fun, right? So this gave birth to these apps. And we had less noise, but we had more clarity this time. We had fewer things to focus on, and that sort of helped. Now what happened was, this, right? Unless you don't have users, you can't call it a product. So we had reached this stage because we had internal users, and we have this whole culture of dog fooding. So if you build a product, you have to use it internally, or if you have a problem, you build it. So that was the culture. So we had a product, but what we didn't have was paying users. So we didn't have a business yet. So it was right time for us to go and launch these products, the smaller apps like Frappe CRM, Learning, and we started promoting them in our own community. We launched them in 2025, around 2024, 2025 in our conference, and we started getting more users. We started getting more use cases because the current use case was just for Frappe. Of course, with that came more expectations, and with that, more problems. I remember people, developers working on these apps, and you know what, they just wanted to work on the technical side of things and focus on the problem at hand. And what now they were getting dragged into was sales calls, this is broken, go and fix that. And that was just too much noise, right? So they needed help, and I wasn't doing this back then, but I could see that happening. And what we wanted was somebody to set some global context, somebody to zoom out and manage these things, and that was the job. So somehow things fell into place, and I landed here. And now I'm going to share my story and the learnings that I and the developers also have had from this whole product management, right? So the job was to manage things. And when I joined the team, so most of these apps were developed by a single developer, right? And they had all the context that they needed. They knew the problem and they knew what they wanted to build. But I saw myself pinging them every now and then, hey, which feature are you building? What are you doing? I didn't have clarity. And I remember the first thing that I told them is, please, I'm not going to do this. Let's just build an internal roadmap and I'll check here. And that kind of gave both the developer, I believe, more structure. Now we know what we are doing, right? We can plan things. And this is, again, it's not like a rigid roadmap. We don't have proper deadlines like how it happens in the industry. We just know what we want to build, and currently all the tasks in progress are the ones that we have been building. So this gave me clarity as well. And secondly, these apps needed to have a face, an external face. And we also at the same time started building websites, and documentation was going on. But when I started working on the website project, I made sure that the docs were in place because I could pick up things from the documentation. And that kind of helped me also understand these products well. So yes, we had this from 0 to 1, we had something. Moving on, when we launched these apps to the community, we realized that the use case is much beyond what Frappe uses, right? Uh, that was stage 2. We stopped just building for us. So if you see, like for example, we don't use WhatsApp internally for sales or anything. But in the industry and in the community, people keep asking that because most of their business runs on WhatsApp. So such features we started getting from the community, and that's what we started building. Second thing, what I and the team also learned, and this was kind of deliberate, it was not something that I came up with, but this is something that we also understood, that everybody comes with different features, right? And you can't keep bloating the product. This is one more thing that we learned, that things seem sort of like exciting at first, but you can't keep saying yes to everything. So the art of simplifying things is something that was core to us, and it was deliberate. And what does this mean in practice? Basically, only build what's necessary. You don't have to add everything in the core. Certain things need not be complex, and for that you need to minimize clicks, minimize fields, and make the next action obvious. And this is what I learned when I observed other users, right? The other thing that was very deliberate internally was having, I mean, if you hear from people around, it is what they say is, we want to build beautiful products, right? So you should not feel that the product is, I mean, nobody wants to use an ugly product, so it should not feel like a bloat. And for that, we had also hired an external agency for design. And but the process wasn't very streamlined. Like, we would have calls with them, but nothing was like, um, there was no proper review. So this is another thing that we set when I tried product management, was have proper review calls every week. We would find out problems and we would discuss with them. We would have something in place and show it to them, and we would get refined versions of it. And that kept, there was multiple iterations around it. So we've built Espresso, which is our design language. We have Frappe UI, and all of that sort of started getting fell into place. Moving on. So stage 2 was about the community. Now we moved one step ahead, and now these apps started getting actual attention from people beyond the ecosystem, right? And you have to listen to users. You can't keep assuming all the time. This is another lesson that we learned. Right, so we got close to users. And I remember around Q3 of last year, I realized that there was a gap between the sales team and the product team, right? Because the sales team wasn't working closely with the product team. We were selling things to the customer, but we were not actually understanding the pain that the customer goes through. So I thought, why not try sales? So I actually did sales for 6 months. I spoke to customers. I understood what they were using, and that is what helped me understand what they were expecting from the apps that we were building, right? Giving you a use case, you might know most of our apps right now are front end focused, at least the newer apps, right? But back then, most of them were still on desk. And for me, it was quite obvious because I've been using ERP Next since 2019. It was very easy for me to go and create users on desk and give them roles and permission. And also very easy for me to switch from front end to desk. But when I went on this call, the customer wanted, the next step that he wanted to do was invite users. And for he asked me how do I do it, and I said switch to desk, and he was like, what is desk, right? So that is one idea that we got from watching customers struggle, and now eventually we decided to bring everything to the front end. It was quite obvious for us, but seeing that person struggle made me realize how important that thing was. So yeah, we tried what they used also and saw where they struggled. This helped us build things. Yeah, you can't design for a user if you've not watched them struggle, right? So this is a screen from Frappe Learning, and if you can see now, we have introduced, every app has different onboarding, by the way, but this is from the newer apps where we have experimented. I will still call this an experimentation, but we have steps now to help the user navigate through it, right? And finally, another place where we get feedback is basically everywhere. So we have support tickets, we have GitHub issues, churn feedback, and it's important that we listen to users. And this is also a cadence that we've started doing internally. We have all hands every Tuesday where we see this and we take feedback as well. Finally, okay, not final, but yes, this is very important, the boring work, right? You can, it's important to add new features, but unless the current thing is working, doesn't matter how many features you add, people are not going to like the product, right? So this is an interesting thing that we did last month. uh, all over Frappe, we stopped doing we stopped completely stopped shipping new features, and we started working on refining what already was broken. So we did a sprint. If you can see, this is the war room that the business apps team called. These are all the broken things in the apps that we started shipping, fixing, and entire Feb month was on it. And for me, what I normally do is I try doing the sign up flow every day, see what is broken. We have automated tests, but I think manual test really helps. So that is another thing. And the other thing that we recently added was activation. So every activated customer, according to me, is a customer that you save from churning, right? This is thanks to Sakib. He's built this on Pulse, and there's no point in building a feature and then making it overly complicated and no user using it, right? So this funnel helped us see how the users were getting activated. There were people who set up things, but they were not able to complete or even figure out how to create certain things. So we figured out maybe they struggle and we should do minor tweaks here and there. So this is another thing, activation, which is what we do right now also. And these are the weekly cohorts that we see how many users signed up each week and how many of them have been activated. And finally, product management isn't just about product and shipping. I really like this statement, which says that good product managers think about the product, but great also think about the business, right? So our pricing, essentially the pricing strategy that Frappe follows is no per user pricing, right? Most of the businesses that you see follow the left hand side pricing, where they optimize for money, where each feature is sort of hidden behind paywalls. If you have to use another feature, you have to upgrade to a higher plan. Whereas our pricing is pretty simple. It doesn't charge you per user, and all the features are available on all the plans, right? So it gave us mind space to work on features that add actual value. Back then, again, in 2021, when we were building for deals, we weren't thinking of usefulness. But now we actually have the mind space to to add features that actually add value to the users. So this is one strategy that helped us. It is the company's decision, and that sort of helped us. And finally, to make sure that even we are in the right path, these are the metrics that we in the business apps team also follow. Just simple 3 metrics. Sign-ups, are people signing up or no? Are they aware of your product? Are the sign-ups working fine? Do you actually have paid users, right? If you see the screen, these are the paid users of our apps, and some of them have grown 2x across 6 months. So that sort of helped us. It was not like the North Star, but it gave us a direction that yes, we are doing something right. And of course, revenue. And the way forward now. So interestingly, last week we were having a discussion with the team, and now we have this whole pod structure in Frappe where we are thinking of having like smaller mini Frappes within Frappe, where the entire pod is sort of self-sufficient in terms of hiring, having their own marketing team, designers, everything. And that is the direction that we are going towards. And that is what is the vision, that this team with the product manager will be self-sufficient, and with all the learnings that we have had in the last year, it will help us move forward. So now retrospectively, when I look at it, yes, we needed someone to zoom out and manage things, and that was the job, and that was the job that I thought I was doing. But when I look back at it, I don't think that was the job. The job wasn't to manage, but it was to own everything end to end. That's it. Thank you. Any questions? Honestly, no. I think I don't know, because I was already friends with them. I think I think they knew that it was me. So I always kept questioning. I think why I was fit for this job is because I was always questioning what is wrong, what is going on. We are building apps, but nothing. I'm not sure what we are building. Right? It's only for Frappe, and then is there any future? And if you have questions, you answer them yourself. That is the philosophy internally. So I thought, why not give it a try? So I think I didn't actually get resistance from the developers, maybe because they were used to how I worked on, because we were friends. But yeah, I think it's working. I think you should ask them. But nothing so far. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
An app, but whole governed platform. So before we get into the technical stuff, I quickly, briefly tell me about we are Dhwani Rural Information System. We started in 2012, and we our focus is building technology for the social impact sector. Uh, yeah, and we have our two product, mGrant and mForm. mGrant is grant management platform, and the mForm is a field data collection app. So we have been doing this for last decade now. So we have been on Frappe for the last 2 years. We have built couple of applications. More than 50 applications are running on production. And mGrant we have rebuilt from scratch on Frappe. Now we are planning to rebuild our mForm product. Uh, we have also contributed couple of marketplace and on the framework itself. Now the problem statement. Let me tell you a story. A field worker in a rural area of our country go to a farmer place in the early in the morning. She open her mobile phone, and she has to capture data from that farmer related to more than 50 questions she has to ask. And also uh, this field worker called Geeta is going to take this data or capture this data given one bar of network in that location, more than 50 questions and cascading drop down workflows, etc. So when she opens the mobile app, and it got crashed. Why? Because one of the program manager has added one field, let's say Aadhaar number from the Frappe doc type. Uh, in the Frappe deck, it worked perfectly fine. But when we talk about the mobile app, so mobile app expect 5 fields, but it got 6 over there, and the app is crashed. And this happens every single time. She has two options: try again or go back. Building mobile app on Frappe. So when we get into this landscape for building mobile app for the Frappe, we found 4 fundamental gaps. So one is raw HTTP layer. So every developer was hand rolling with their own API on API layer, and there is no standard way to talk with the Frappe from the mobile app. Second is the no form engine. So there is no field uh, management from the app. So every field, every section, every workflow is hard coded in the app. Third one is the no governance. So if we have to give a force update. We have to whom to give the access, who can access the data. So that governance layer is missing. The fourth one is the offline. So when we say offline, which is more relevant for the social impact or social sector. So currently, good luck. There is no foundation for the theme. What if Frappe had a mobile framework? So not just an app, not just an SDK, but it's a complete governed platform on Frappe. So yeah, so I think this is a quick architecture of the whole framework. So one on top of, if we see the Frappe core where doc type, workflows, permission, you already have it. We built on top of it, not besides it. On top of the second layer is the Frappe mobile control, where whole governance can be managed. It's a Frappe app which can be installed in your application, Frappe application. It govern whole version controlling, permission, auth, everything from the your server. Third is the Frappe mobile SDK, which is the code the developer use this layer to build their mobile app on top of. It handles dynamic form, render whole Frappe metadata, auth workflows, and all these things in there. And at the on top of it, your mobile app, which includes the custom UI, custom business logic over there. Major of the part handled by the framework out of the box. So now I quickly pass on to the Bhushan. He will take under the hood of each layer of the framework.
Hello, am I audible? So, as we see, the complete framework is divided into the three components: Frappe core, mobile control, and mobile SDK. So, inside the Frappe core, we have doc type, we have metadata, we have business logic, and permissions, workflows, etc. So, and in mobile control app, which is a Frappe app, from there we are extract means we have defined some APIs to interact with the mobile app, in which authentication APIs, some role permissions API, then translations, which already in Frappe core we are uh, syncing with the mobile application, and then user permission as well. And in mobile SDK, which is the Flutter package, so in that we have built form renderer, which renders the form using Frappe metadata, and sync engine. Once user fill the form on his mobile end, it will directly sync to the Frappe server. And then authentication handler. In authentication handler, there are multiple login mechanism: social login, OAuth, and username and password. Mobile login is also there. So, in a Frappe mobile control app that controls the authentication, permission, version control, etc. So, in version control, suppose if we are changing something in mobile application, and we have already deployed in on Play Store, and then we have also update, and we also publish the update, but ground level users not able to go to the Play Store and find its update available or not. So from mobile control, which is governance app, from there we can control, means we can send force update to the field users. So here is the quick demo of mobile control. Okay. So after installation of mobile control app on your Frappe ERP Next server, in mobile configuration doc type, we have to configure the package name, which is the app package name, mobile app package name, and minimum app version, which we have built into the mobile. Also, here is the option to enable disable maintenance mode, so that user can get the message on his end. And here we can configure the doc types. Means suppose we in complete ERP Next we have multiple doc types, but we want mobile app only for 4 to 5 doc types. So that doc types we can configure here. And here is the ordering. So once we configured here, it will sync to the mobile application. So before that, we go through the structure of mobile SDK. Uh, so in mobile SDK, there are inbuilt authentication as explained, roles and permission, and sync. It also sync for dynamic metadata using REST API. It also work with the Frappe translations from server only. And in version 1.0, we have shipped these three things, and we are using currently for internal apps. So here is the quick demo of this mobile SDK. Here only we have to configure the base URL of our ERP Next server, and once we start Flutter run, it will build the app. This one is the example app. Here you can see it's building. So during this there are other parameters available, like app name, app version, package name, and then home screen layout. So in this configuration screen, this is the app config.dart file. Here you have to only configure the application name, version, and this package name. This package name should be same as the mobile control one. So once this APK is built, we can see here once we log in, we can see all the forms which we have already configured into the mobile control. So here are the forms available and which are working exactly as it is, like whatever we have configured in Frappe. So another one is here is you can configure the layout change, like as here home screen layout is the folder, and once we rebuild, the layout will be changed. So these two layouts are configured here currently. Okay, another one is, suppose like app is already published, and so we want to add one more doc type. We have to go only in the mobile configuration, and once we add one doc type here, once the mobile user is reopen the app or resync the app, it will auto populate here. We no need to send updates to the users. So another use case is, suppose we have already developed application, and forms are already there, and we are set. Okay. Thank you. Now it's clear. Okay. So suppose as mentioned previously, if we want to add one more field, like here we are adding one field in Frappe server using customization. So once we this field is added, it will also sync to the mobile app without sending any updates to the Play Store. So we have to restart the app only. So this field is available here. Okay. So using this SDK, we have deployed multiple apps on apps we have already deployed to the Play Store, etc. So some screenshots here. So that which we check which we seen in demo, it was only for the example app, but using that SDK we have built some apps, and using means we can build a dashboard, we can build a form, and using that SDK you can also customize the your own UI on top of that. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Bhushan. So, uh, just wanted to share, like, we wanted to build this not just for the demo that we are doing here or for the demo, but it's for the scale that we want to develop the actual mobile app and want to solve the problem at the field level. So these are the real numbers that we are serving over the field across pan India level. Today we are making it open source. All two repositories, Frappe Mobile SDK and Frappe Mobile Control, will be available on GitHub. These are GitHub links. And also we have published Flutter package on pub.tab. It is available now. GitHub repos will be, today we will be making it open. So our next roadmap or next focus would be on the offline, true offline. As Frappe metadata supports mostly things out of the box, we'll have to handle it, including fetch from, link filters, and field options at the offline level, so that field users can use the mobile application without having internet, and the Geeta should be able to operate her mobile app without update and without try again and go back to the field. Thank you. Any question?
So when you added a new field, so that would only work if they are connected to the internet and they can fetch the metadata of the form, right? Without an active internet connection and a good internet connection, the field would still not get added, right?
Yeah.
So in the offline part, are you working on something like that key? It can get the metadata before and at the time of execution, it doesn't need the metadata again.
So whenever we are launching a form in the app, we are just checking the metadata which is stored into the local database of the mobile app. So whenever that user comes into the network area, so firstly the metadata, through the metadata, the local database of the mobile app will be refreshed, and then the data will be synced to the server.
Okay, so if a field is added in between the sync part, it'll still fail.
Yeah. So if any field which is mandatory and been added from the doc type, and when user haven't filled this data from the mobile app, so that user will get back that data into the listing page. Will have the marker with calling that this data is mandatory. Please fill up and then sync your data.
Are you also working on some sort of a key? It maintains a list of certain doc types that are used as drop downs. So
Yeah, yeah. So I think in the demo, if you have seen what doc type with the ordering you are assigning in the configuration page, that only will be visible into the mobile app.
okay, so
All,
it's stored locally then.
Yeah.
Also, if in that doc type you have link fields, link and child tables, that is also fetch in meta. So that will also work inside the mobile app.
Okay.
Yeah. Currently, for multi-select we are working on it, but child table and link filters are working fine.
Uh, the project looks great. Very excited to see you guys are also open sourcing it. We had tried and abandoned a project, Frappe Mobile, which was on very similar lines. Did that code base help you at all, or did you completely build it from scratch?
Yeah, thank you. I think we had no choice. We have to build it and we have to maintain it for our actual user.
Uh, so I have a question, and you talked about the offline part of it. So let's say a user logged in using a mobile, right, and creates a record, and later on the user goes back to the actual Frappe framework maybe and updates the record, add some rows or modify the fields. How now will you think the two between the mobile, what is in the mobile, and what is already in what has been already updated into the Frappe itself on disk? I mean.
Would you like to answer? You did not get the question. Can you come again your question? We did not get it correctly. Yeah.
So you talked about having offline mechanism, right? So I was asking, like, did you think about like if someone logged from using like they logged in from their mobile, right? And they updated the record. Then later on, they go to the desk, floppy disk, and they update again the same, add some stuff there. How do you do the synchronization?
It is for
So yeah, so we have handled it through a refresh token mechanism. So we are storing two tokens. One is the token which is generated from the credential. We are using Frappe auth engine only. And refresh token thing will refresh the form once user come back into the network area. If even if the token is expired, that refresh token will be used, or maybe the refresh, to access the mobile app. Oh. Hmm. 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 Okay. But yeah. Okay, understood. I think the how in our case, the server reaches, who reaches the server first will be the source of truth. The second response will be discarded in our case. So even if the same user is logged in from the two mobile app, as the two users logged in from the two other mobile app, filling the same profiling or same data, whoever reaches the server first will win, and the other one will be discarded if it is a unique data.
Just to following up with the previous question, let's say the data on the server gets updated later on. Okay, so let's say the mobile app user is saving the data as a and the desk user is saving it the data as a B. How will you sync up that B to the mobile app locally? Basically, when I'm viewing the app, I should see the B actually, whether I wrote A or anything else, because the latest data is B. So how will you sync up that data locally to the mobile app so the field worker see the actual data which is edited by the desk user?
Okay, I try to answer this. We initially hold the data first from the server, then sync whatever data is listed over there. Like one of the examples, if someone has added one field from the server, but it is not there in the locally at the local database, but whenever that user comes into the network area, the meta will be refreshed, whether it is a data or it is a field, then this thing will be there. If it is an error, then you'll get the error over their mobile app with that particular record. Yeah. So I think, sorry, it's a time cut, but I'll answer maybe after this. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. No limitation. I think the same as Frappe, like you do openly the same. I think the mobile framework will handle it. Yeah. Thanks. We can meet after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepak and Bhushan. So the next, we will move on to the next talk. The next talk's title is Frappe Excel, and the speakers are going to showcase you a tool, a node-based report builder tool. To give you a summary, basically you can edit, delete, and modify records from the list view itself. Not just that, you can also add formulas and also perform bulk edit actions. So basically you get Excel like an experience within ERP Next. The speakers are from the Hybro Labs team. They are also our gold partner. So please welcome on stage Chinmay and Ujwal.
Hi everyone. Nice to be here and thank you for having us. So, I mean, what is Frappe Excel, right? Parth mentioned. We started with a problem where uh, customer is always, most of the time when we are building, we are migrating them from an Excel-like interface where they have built their own business logic in that to a structured business process on Frappe. And a lot of times uh, the use cases were built out, but the interface always lacked from their expectations. They were always expecting a more Excel like experience where they can do bulk edits, and that is where we decided to work on. And Ujwal pioneered it actually. Just a bit about us, we are Hybrolabs Technologies. We do Frappe verse integrated applications, custom applications, business applications on top of the Frappe interface. And this was a requirement that came in, uh, not like as a requirement, but a problem gap that we thought can be open sourced. So, I mean, three use cases we are targeting. One is basically the import export process life cycle. Lot of times when someone wants to edit the data, especially for the updates of a lot of data in the ERP system, what we end up doing is we export the data. then do some modifications in the data, then in the uh, import that data in the update mode of the Frappe framework. That again requires a system manager access and stuff like that, and it's a little complicated for a normal user to do that. Secondly is like there is a lot of requirement for not it's not BI but a lightweight version of a client based BI where I have exported certain data. I want to run pivots against that data, stuff like that. So that is resolved. And last is in the onboarding. When you are onboarding a customer, there are, I mean, in a business process, let's take a bomb. We have lot of data that we need to pull and put together for it to work. And importing a multi-level bomb with all the details is very difficult. So let's see how this is resolved. So we have built a full spreadsheet like experience, and it is connected with the ERP's, um, I mean, all the doc type meta. Again, just like the mobile app Team Dhwani showed, this is driven by metadata architecture and metadata fields that are available. And then a sync back system is there. So we have a full Excel-like interface that is available. This is implemented as an alternate list view in the Frappe, so it doesn't touch any of the systems, and by default it is available to any of the doc type that we are having. All the fields will be available here. It respects the permission architecture, the roles and permissions that are there, uh, submission workflows in here, and the standard actions such as comments, all are available in the list view directly. The use case is basically I can come here and modify the data quickly and move forward with my work. I mean, it has. This is what we are pioneering for our task management, so that we can, fully be using projects module of Frappe and ERP Next. So I am going to show you 3 use cases which are like really useful. The first is the bulk import of data. So generally, what happens is when you are importing data in bulk, you are essentially going to export the data, then import it using the data import. Mm. So for example, I am selecting the doc type over here. I'll put in the doc type and stuff like that, and then insert the records. So this is very time consuming. So instead of that, what we can do now is I'll take an example of BOM import. So we can just specify our CSV that is to be uploaded. Now let's consider a BOM. In a BOM, there are multiple child log types that we need to work with to put the data, link them, and let's to do that. It's very cumbersome. You will have to first visualize how you are going to import, then import the leaf nodes only, then again go back and then import the tier 2, tier 3, and so on and so forth. And this is just for specifically the BOM, it becomes very cumbersome. But here what we have is you will see a dependency map for your data. You can simply import it and then it will show what data is pending. So now you can then import that data, link that data with the parent doc type, and then simply go ahead with the final import. So this way it becomes very easy to import the data and work with it. You can see like the data is imported and structured. And then this is available in an Excel view. All the child doc types are automatically linked, right? So this is first use case. Second use cases of a smart lookup. So let's say standard Frappe list view only allows data from the current or the child table in a data table type of view. But generally the requirement is a high level snapshot. If I am on a project, I need to know the count of tasks. If I am on a task, I need to have a linked milestone and stuff like that visible on my list view so that I can work quickly. And of course, I want to do on the fly updates. So with this experience, I can basically come in here and connect a bunch of doc types together in a node based format, and then it is available. Now once this data is loaded, my colleague will show how it's working, but we can generally from and just generate their lightweight analytics that they are looking for. And
Hello, hello, mic check 1 2 3 4.
Hello.
Hello. Audible. Okay, my name is Sidney Kibanga, and I am senior software developer at Aquatech. And today we're gonna look at Flappy Native, basically from bench to APK, as the title goes. So my journey with Frappe and ERP Next started back in 2023 when I joined Aquatech. And previously I was using Laravel to do my development and well as vanilla PHP. It was not an easy journey to learn Frappe from the developer who is coming from the background of PHP and Laravel at large. But thank God, here we are. Why I started Frappe Native? So apart from having the knowledge of Laravel and PHP, I also have the knowledge of building mobile apps using Flutter framework. And with Flutter, it was a very hard, say like choice, or it was very hard learning curve, because you are like shifting from this kind of syntax to the other kind of syntax. So as a Frappe developer and well as a Laravel developer, it was really difficult for me because in Flutter you had to deal with Dart and all those widgets. So it was a kind of hard, a very hard learning curve. That's when the idea of having Flappy Native kicked into the mind. Like, we as Frappe developers, why can't we just stay on our benches and build native apps from there? So that's how the idea kicked in. So what is Frappe Native? So basically Frappe Natives, it helps Frappe developers to build APKs, iOS, well as Windows desktop apps. With this, it will not require a developer to go and learn how to handle iOS kind of structure, or how to handle Flutter or React Native at large. So basically, with the tool that you know, let's say it's a HTML, or it's a Vue.js, or it's a React.js, with what you know, with what you have, with the CSS that you know, with the tailwind that you know, you can ship up an APK, you can ship up an iOS, you can ship up EXE. So basically, up to this point, Flappy Native has got 5 commands, and one of those is bench native init. So this basically it will kind of scaffold and create or gives you all the necessary files that will be required for you to start and build your MVP APK. Bench native doctor, so basically this it will kind of look at each and every packages that needs to be installed into your bench environment. So it will kind of verifies that in order, like let's say you want to build an Android or an APK. So with bench native doctor, it will kind of check, do you have all the necessary requirements in order for you to start your native journey. So bench native auth init, so basically this one, it's kind of scaffold authentication mechanism. So it kind of gives you the first things that will help you to authenticate. So basically you'll have your APK or your mobile as a front end and Frappe as the back end. But how do the two communicate and authenticate? So this basically it will give you that authentication mechanism in Flow, and we use auth client. And native build, so basically this one, it will kind of compile and bundle everything in place. So you'll get an APK out of it, or you'll get an EXE out of it. When I talk about EXE, I mean Windows desktop applications. And bench native run, basically this one, it will kind of install what you have built or bundled into the targeted device. So if it's a phone which is connected into your computer, then it will detect, once it is detected, then it will go and install the APK automatically. So this video kind of summarizes most of the things that someone will have to do. And internet. Sorry. Seems like we don't have internet in place, but let me use my own. Okay. So basically, this video kind of summarizes each and everything that someone who is starting the journey will have to do. So what you see here, it's a Bench native auth. As you can see, we have specified what is our app, what is the site, and well as the base URL. And so once you do this, it will kind of create an auth client and it will return an ID. So you also have the redirect URL. So what this does, it's basically, it will help like once you log in, you go into the Frappe instance, you type in your email and password, and once you click allow, it will route you back to the mobile app. So this is what you see. And with Bench Native Doctor, so you have to specify what is an app and what is the targeted device that you're currently trying to do. So it will also tell you if everything has passed, it will show the green part of thing. So you'll have path all around here, and if it's a warning, that it will tell you like maybe 0 devices detected, something like that. So with green, that you're good to go. And another command is bench native run. So basically this installs the bundled or build APK into the targeted device, as you will see. So basically once you skip this, it will take some time, and once every process is done, it will launch an APK into the connected device or an Android phone. So as you can see, the parameters that have been passed, you can see. So it will launch the app, as you can see, and once someone clicks a login, for instance, they will be routed to the backend as Frappe. They'll have to put their username, well as the password, and they'll click login, and once they click login, the Frappe will kind of ask you, would you like Frappe Native to access your full name, your email, and all the roles will be like allow. Then once you allow, it will route you back to the mobile app. As you can see, this practically shows that we have been able to pull all the roles from our backend. We have also been able to know what are the list of the users available as the to-dos. Apart from all this, let's actually have a look at the folder structure, like what will it create when we execute bench init command, bench native init command. So basically, it will create for you these 3 folders, and as you can see, they are still in under your app. So basically, this is my bench Frappe version Frappe bench version 15. I hope you can see. Yeah, cool. And this is my app. I have a list of apps here. As you can see, you have ERP Next, Frappe itself, and I have this one. I call it Gang MS. So when you do bench init, it will kind of create for you 3 folders. But the ones which are working at the moment, it's actually this one. So this mobile, it's basically in the mobile. So you'll have 3 folders extra. So you'll have Android, app, well as shared. So basically, Android is what you have started with, but later on you'll be able to see iOS here. You'll also be able to see desktops. So what it does, this is an entry point. As you saw earlier, our app had something like a button where someone had to click, and it also had something like Gang MS and something like that. So this is basically an entry point. As you can see, it's just a normal HTML, normal CSS class. As you can see, we have imported CSS from an external file. You can see we also have auth config JS. So it's just the normal things that every front-end developer usually do. And what is in actually app.js? So basically, this has a lot of functions. As you can see previously, I showed into the demo, we are being able to perform authentication by like clicking the login, then it routes us to the Frappe as a backend. Then once we went there, we were able to type in our username and password, and it routed us back to the mobile app. So this is what helps you with. And you can see it has all the path. So normal functions, let's say if I search, if I search, like I'm using fetch, normal JavaScript function. So we can see we are pathing all the API/methods. And if I go here, you can see we are doing API method frappe.integration or to get token and all those. So it's just normal flow, no magic. So once you do all your modification here, let's say you inject your Vue or you inject your React.js from this file, then what all the magic from here, it will actually come into this. It will come into, so for the part of Android, so it will come into this Frappe native, and here it's everything will kind of be bundled together, and from there, things will be linked up, and you'll be able to build a PK in place. So at the moment, what works best is Android. So tested it multiple times from different bench environments, and it works fine. And the next is having iOS and well as desktop in place. So I'm open to PRs and issues. So in case you guys want to start using it and see how you can benefit out of it, because I'm also planning to build a very cool app with it. So in case of you have issues that you're facing, so feel free to raise them. Thanks. So I'd like to welcome any questions or suggestions, maybe.
Just one question. Under the hood, does it use Cordova or any other library to build the Android? As you mentioned that it's a natively HTML and JavaScripts over there, no fancy Vue.js or any other framework. So what build tool does it use internally?
So basically, under the hood, what it does, there is a technology on the part of Android. There is a technology called WebView. So basically, it helps you to run all your HTML into the app. In that case, so if you are familiar with CSS, right, or you're also familiar with JS, you can do your magic in place. And other than that, the tools that are needed in order for you to start your Android development. So if we head over to the GitHub, you'll need things like the Java. So it's not like something just happen out of the box. So you need like Java in place. You also need Android SDK. You also need platform tools, and that's why the bench doctor comes into the picture. So it kind of verify like, do you have all this in your local machine in order for you to start the development.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thanks you so much.
Coming up next, we have Sabu Siad, who manages security here at Frappe. Today, Sabu is going to talk about the common pitfalls Frappe engineers ourselves face while writing secure code. Please welcome on stage, Sabu.
Sorry, it looks like there is an issue. Please wait.
How do we go out of this full screen? Okay, it's not connected properly. ऐसे इशू होता है I know, I know.
Find settings now.
Disconnect this.
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, Aditya. A question for on Frappe Cloud. So, so there was a plan that you'd allow other kinds of software to run on Frappe Cloud, right? Is that shelf deferred?
So it is deferred, at least for this year. There is no way it is happening. The, I mean, that is the short answer. The wrong answer is we realize the more critical things are the customers that you guys bring, essentially, they suffer way too many problems when you guys migrate and everything. And then our energy should be spent on actually fixing that pain rather than just trying to cater to other markets. And where, again, by the way, like even if you support other apps, it would happen the same way. Like those apps would still hit the same sort of errors, issues that you guys are hitting on ERP Next Frappe today. So we might as well fix the platform for the current set of users. And then we would do it really well this year so that next year we can focus on expansion. So yeah, short answer, no, nothing else. Like the feature set is basically frozen for a year.
Let me ask the question. No one is asking, man. What is the AI policy?
Hi. I was just waiting for others to, close all the answers. Then I can start shooting my questions. So I don't know who is responsible for handling the Frappe data tables, but is there any roadmap to improve the usability from the keyboard perspective? Because it, mostly being used in the Frappe reports and all these other kind of pages. Where we have the issues regarding the usability when looking at the reports via the keyboard. It's just having a random glitches basically. So I don't know who is responsible, but I thought maybe asking.
So I think Frappe data table was built by Faris, and Ajas from framework team has been fixing few issues in that. So either Faris or Ajas, you can ping them directly, bug them and get it fixed. Faris is anyway vibe coding, he can get it done quickly. So,
Okay, thank you. The other question is regarding the same issues. In the sales order and the sales invoice doc type, we cannot move the ID. Is there any specific reason? Because what happened is that SAL ORD is something that is always being shown. But actually the sales order number or the sales invoice number is not visible in the screen. And even when we do the list setting and move the columns around, with a drag and drop, but the ID is disabled to drag it on top of the list. That can solve the problem, but it's not allowed. I don't know why.
Are you talking about the order of the columns in the list view?
What happened is that the sales order, the sales ID actually is not visible on the screen because it gets truncated due to the flex grid being used.
So soon we are releasing the flexible column length, in the list view.
I think it's already there in the V16, but in the V15 it's I don't know it's paged or not. I don't know.
We can check that it can be backported or not. Yeah. But in V16 it is available. Also, we are now launching the what is that? Sticky columns.
Sticky columns. Okay.
So some
will it be available in version 15 because a lot of applications are still on the V15?
Need to check.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, hi, I have a question. You have a very great app insights. So the kind of charts and the graphs are there. It's really quite impressive. But it's not in normal reports, we cannot make those graphs and all. So is this fixed in BC16 or?
we'll soon be working on tightly integrating like insights and other products like Builder and Studio with the
Right.
framework,
Okay.
so that all our reports, report builders and everything gets powered from the same source.
Mhm.
So maybe in the next 1 or 2 versions, you will see something like that.
That's great news. And the permission issue is also there in the insights, I think, because from insight, if I want to give the accessibility to permissions issues are there, which I find because, the database is totally open to the insights. So how can we restrict or how can we use it? Like even I want to know more on this. Is this available right now?
Maybe if you have some specific use case or issue, you can raise an issue, but once it's integrated into framework, we'll have a proper permission layer over it, because you have to access reports and everything as per your roles and permissions. So it won't be completely open, I'm guessing. But
so one of the problem with that is insights when given as a BI tool, the bare minimum thing you can do is a table level restriction, which you already have as far as I know. You can restrict which table a user can access. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we have that. All the other permissions were like user permission, and those are being implemented. They exist in some form, but they don't really serve the purpose well when it is purely being used as BI tool. But when you're bundling reports, the reports can have the permissions, right? But if you trust a user to do BI stuff, then you'll have to trust them to have access to the entire
Everything,
table.
entire database.
Entire table, at least not entire database.
Okay, okay, fine. Okay, so this V16 is released recently, right? So till how long it is going to, when will be the new version will come? Like
We have no idea.
no idea.
At least 2 years.
2 years. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Achha, we can upgrade the V15 to V16, and the things will it won't break the.
So like some of the custom things can possibly break, but there is a migration guide that you can check if you have overridden something or if you have custom queries. They might need some tweaking, but nothing that will require like 1 or 2 days of developers work. Like depending on how large the code base is, the custom code base is.
Okay.
Not a significant effort to migrate.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. I'm just thinking how not to make this question into a slop. Like I've been programmed quite a bit by AI with a lot of slop, so I'll try to make it short. So here's the analogy. So in Faris's talk, and I think this is like this is echoed inside Frappe again and again, that vibe code is brain rot. Okay. So my question is, shouldn't the Frappe framework enable vibe code? Because I'll give you the analogy that makes sense. Okay. If you give a junior developer Frappe framework versus you don't give a junior developer Frappe framework, the output, the quality of the software they write is going to be way different. With now AI being able to do what a junior coder can do, like probably an intern or a script kiddie can do. Shouldn't Frappe be going all out on making sure the framework is properly vibe codable? Like I understand the actual framework need architecture. Fine, you do the architecture. But why does the app need architecture? All the app needs is a business logic, and a business logic needs just test cases and what needs to be there. That you don't need a coder. And then the UI, you just need to know what you need. That's it. So that also, the AI already does UI, so I don't have to talk about it. So I'm like, why isn't Frappe having this urgency to get to this, make the framework get to this? That's my
So
question.
the simple answer is that there is no grand strategy for making Frappe vibe codable, but like as long as Faris is here vibe coding, he will keep making framework more and more vibe codable. Like he showed an example, like the commands that don't work with agents, he's making them work with agents. Whatever problem he'll run into, he will solve. That's how mostly we'll get vibe codable framework. But like it's highly unlikely that there will be someone sitting and just explicitly making sure that agents can access, because we hardly do it for developers. To be really honest, like we had one meeting about developer experience yesterday, I think, after such a long time. So like we would want to improve experience for developers, and that automatically improves it for agents also, and vice versa. But apart from that, I don't know what exactly vibe codable means, because if you are using the tools, popular tools, they are all integrated in code editors and not necessarily depend on the framework. Means like you can already tell them to create a doc type, write controller files, or what exactly is expected beyond?
I'll just answer that question just since you asked. When I say vibe codable, I mean somebody who tries to create an app on top of it don't have to worry about will this mess up, will this create bad code. How you do that? You make sure there are enough guarantees in the framework. That is why I gave you the analogy. If I knew it, I would have went and done it.
But
I wouldn't be asking
we
you.
can't do that even for humans. So I don't know how can we make it.
I'm giving the analogy where you give a junior developer Frappe framework versus you don't give him a Frappe framework, right? The whole reason, the whole USP of Frappe framework is that you can build on top of the framework, right? And you've taken away a lot of the hard things, right? So I'm like, what is the next step in that? Well, why? Like because this. Studio is the next step. Okay, I think Studio is the next step. But can a non-developer make apps? Like write real code inside the apps?
Yeah, I mean, if you, so I have a 10-year-old and I saw him struggle, like how, trying to code, like you have to learn Python, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, then you have to figure out how to start a server, you have to figure out like 100 things before you can like make a very simple working application, right? And why do we need to know CSS? Like, it's an entirely wasted thing. So the theory behind Studio is like, anything that is visual should be drawable. Like similarly how we have Builder to make websites. Like you should be visually designing apps. That is one of the things you want to do. I don't know if that helps. But that takes away a lot of your labor of making apps.
Yeah, so you're saying draggable, I'm saying speakable. You just speak it and it comes. Why stop at draggable? Is there a reason? Like, I'm asking this because it's very important, because there are like a lot of other, not just startups, not just single people, but of course the bigger companies that are trying to nail this. And I think the LLM, we can agree this much, that the LLM are at a stage where they can make sure something works. And if you have a layer underneath that makes sure it cannot write random shit and make it work, then it's solvable. Then where will the Frappe framework stand if at that point we don't have first class support for AI? So that is the urgency. That is the urgency I'm talking about.
So what do you mean by first class support? Do you mean skills, MD files for AI to read and execute tasks?
I guess that could be it.
That could be the first step.
So
I know.
I can tell you what is. I already told you what is the end goal. What is required for that is what the engineering has to figure out.
So yeah, this is a full-blown debate on AI now. So let's get there. Let's not get into like the what is pickable and what is doable and like. Yeah, you want to.
So I have developed a small application use case where through voice AI, I can get the data from ERP. Next, yeah. So that the small use case I've already built the system. So that is doable.
Yeah, so again, I don't know if anybody wants to.
So whatever you're talking about, even if Frappe is not in that direction largely, but I think devs who are owning the products are exploring what AI integrations they could build, which is not like completely taking control of whatever you're doing, not transferring the entire intelligence or ownership to the tool, but having some control, and whatever grunt things that you have to do, maybe AI should take care of that, because basically building the Frappe context and your tools context into the agent or integration. So most of the experiments are pretty half-baked as much as I know right now. But maybe if the people who are at it keep at it and they see some value in what's being created, it will shape up. So even in Studio's case, a lot of Frappe context will be there, and the aim is to not do the scaffolding yourself, and Studio provides you with everything, the APIs and everything, so that you don't have to learn a lot to get to your app or customize a front end, so on and so forth. But business logic still stays, like that is not going to go anywhere. And maybe an AI integration in the future that writes the simple CRUD for you, or something in Studio that does it for you, and you don't have to do repetitive things again and again. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Carry on. My question to Frappe Cloud team. Is there any plan to introduce PostgreSQL in Frappe Cloud?
So, not for a year at least. Again, for a year, notwithstanding the war issues, we are not taking care of anything else. Like, because of war, whatever happens, happens. Other than that, we are not doing anything new. For a year. After that, we'll talk.
Is there any timelines or any?
After a year, we'll figure out.
Okay. Thank you. Why I am asking this question is, we are M2P fintech company. We are dealing with the banks. The most of the banks, they are opted to opt for the, not the MariaDB and MySQL. They are opted out for the PostgreSQL. Currently, in 700 banks is there, out of our clients in Mumbai, they are using PostgreSQL. They're completely, if you are using the MySQL and MariaDB, we will give you a solution to those banks. They are not accepting.
No, we can talk offline, but framework support also matters a little bit.
Yeah, so is this about ERP Next? ERP
Only Frappe.
Only Frappe framework?
Yeah.
Frappe framework by and large has Postgres support. Like you'll run into some edge cases.
I'm asking about in Frappe Cloud, hosting in Frappe Cloud and deployment, everything happen in Frappe Cloud only.
Okay. We can talk offline about the specific case and the specific problems maybe. But for a year or so, nothing else is happening.
Thank you.
Yeah, I came here for the AI debate if anybody wants to, but I'm looking for Faris, like I can't see where he is, but
Faris is vibe coding.
so my he must be vibe coding, yeah. So my challenge to Faris has always been like, what improvements have you done in game plan, man? Like all of this is so like what all the cool stuff he's shown is nothing production, right? I mean, it's a lot of it is really so let me make a stronger or a more broader case. Is like we reached here without AI, and I think we did a very productive job of reaching here, right? I don't think it. I think it's a. No, we're trying to have a debate on AI just to get the ball rolling. No, so where I'm coming from is like we came here before AI came, right? I mean, we built all the stuff, like Linux was built before AI. So much cool stuff that is out there. Postgres or MariaDB or all these tools were built before AI. And I mean, could we have gotten here faster if there was AI, or would we have had more slop if there was AI? I mean, that question is, I mean, it's not clear to me. Like, I'm not fully convinced that this is the direction we should go, or like the whole industry should go. At least there should be some people in the industry who don't think this way. Like, what if there are second order, third order impacts that we have not thought about? Like, if everybody does agentic coding, then who does the grunt coding? And if you don't do grunt coding, then how do you even know that what are you putting in your code? Like Faris can do because he's done 10 years of grunt coding, right? I mean, let's not call it grunt coding, but whatever, hand coding. And while it might feel like a trivial thing, right? Okay, maybe the new developers will be born smarter. They don't need to learn the hand coding piece. But I mean, firstly, I am not unhappy with the pace at which we develop software. That's not the problem at all. The problems we have are more cultural problems, right? It is how much we respect quality and how much tolerance we have for bugs. Like, we have way too much tolerance. So I am not convinced that this thing is good. I know Karthikeyan is on the other side.
No, I agree about the other part about the slop, but again, what I shared was my experience, and again, if I have to think about an analogy, I mean, before we used to do everything by hand, no, and then machines came and automated some things, and then maybe even at that time, people were having debates that maybe hand doing it by hand is the real thing and the other thing is not. What this does is makes the entry very easy. So even before AI, there was slop, but uh, basically overconfident people with less skill creating whatever sloppy products. Now it will definitely create more and more.
So the buildings you remember, like, because you're talking about other technology, like you remember, if you come to Mumbai, you go to the CST, right? The train terminus. I mean, that was made before, like we have forgotten the art of making great buildings because, we now do just concrete and steel and glass, right? Like if you think of, what is the greatest building in India, it's probably the Taj Mahal. I mean, it wasn't made with machines. I mean, there is definitely some things you lose. And again, we are talking about art here. We are not talking about utility. Yes, utility can burn in hell. Whatever, not burn in hell, but those who want utility can, build whatever you want to build. But like, if you want to be in a space that is art and that is not utility, then I think staying closer and having very fine-grained control over everything has way more value. Like every website, I can see by looking at the website that this is AI generated. No, like even looking at the UI, even the palette that you used in the code of, now I could instantly say it is AI generated. Or a lot of these things, like
It was not AI generated though. It was handpicked.
You become one with the AI.
I think we are discussing this from the perspective of development, but as framework and ERP next, many users, end users could also benefit if some MCP sort of was available on top of framework where it could probably understand what the report is about and do some basic automation for user where it goes through 2 to 3 reports, compiles a few things, creates a few transactions, something like that. Even for the end user, right? So, because that is the direction in which, I mean, it simplifies their lives, right? So,
I mean, why is the expectation from this team? I am scratching my itch. It is working for me. I am doing what I think I should do. If you think MCP will improve it, maybe give it a shot, try it. Even this whole AI thing is, we are in a bubble. We don't know which is the actual useful thing for the user. It feels useful, but is it actually? So we are in the research phase, so it's not like we have arrived at, it's not like AI is the solution to all problems.
one simple example, other example could be where, for example, insights. If I had to build an insight, I had to do many clicks. But if MCP was knowing exactly the tables to use, the way the APIs work, it could quickly, write queries there for the end user, so that the report is out faster, something like that.
So for things like these, where like the building phase, like building pages or building apps or building queries can be made faster by providing small AI integration, we are exploring those things. We are not put those things out there. AI and insights existed 2-3 years ago, and we never shipped it because it was so shit. And now it is good probably, but it's not like we are not doing those things, but we are not putting them out there until we are more or less happy with the idea that this will work and will not just create will not have like severe negative impact. So we'll do those things. And again, I don't know what's the rush here, because the rush is, I get the rush when on the sales call, oh, you don't have AI. That's the rush mostly. Otherwise, like waiting for 6 more months when we know that this is validated and everyone is doing it then also won't be such a big deal. a lot of use cases are wildly overblown, by the way. Like this, tell me what is the account balance. Why don't you just go to account balance report? I mean, like, it just takes 2 clicks. And you type, wow, show me the account balance report, and you enter, you wait for 2 seconds for the response to come back and for the ChatGPT to process what it means. That is so inefficient in a way. Yeah, you don't need training, but okay, for how long will you survive? Like, if you don't understand accounting, you keep asking ChatGPT random facts, but what will you do with what is that EBITDA? Whatever. I can't pronounce it, but even if you fetch it, if you don't understand what is that conceptually, what are you going to do with it?
I would like to reframe. This frame is not somewhere the AI side is never going to win. So here's the reframe. So you're talking about deterministic things that you're asking why the AI should do. I agree with you. AI should never do that. Okay. So what exactly I'm saying AI should do, I'm actually extending his point. I'm going to extend his point by going back to history. Rishabh, let's go back to when you started the frame.
Can we brighten the lights on the audience? Because
Sure.
I don't know if somebody is watching.
Can I continue?
If somebody is watching. If the AI is watching.
Yeah, we haven't come to ambient AI yet. That is the next feature. Okay, so let's go back to the history. See, there were these building blocks. You had Python. You had this metadata thing. You put all this together to make somebody's life easier, the developer's life easier. That was the USP. What I'm saying is, this is another building block. Why do we like? Somehow the arguments that is made is, are we here for utility? The reason the Frappe framework was built to this was utility. The reason it got to this USP was utility. And the reason we are able to, that is my assumption, you can deny that.
The wave,
the reason we got to this place where we can say art is for art's sake is because there is utility. If we stop doing that, at least a small core team that stops doing this utility, then how do we expect this ecosystem to survive? Like, how do you expect this utility to continue? Why do we have to deny it? What is the denial here?
By the way, so the utility, even if like, so I'm thinking in my perspective, and 2 of the people were like, can you just do more features, okay? And even for us, like 15 people, like very, very smart engineers, it takes extreme amount of focus to get something really, really right. It is really hard, okay? And especially after doing 7 years, 8 years of a particular product, right? So yes, he may frame that as art, but now that we realize it is not art, it is like the things that you rely on, like all of the infra that runs on, say, Amazon or something, like it just does not fail. Like, I mean, think about it, like how have these people made it, right? That is what, so the building blocks also have to be not flimsy, right? And not making them flimsy takes a lot of work and a lot of focus, right? So given the kindling that we do have, I think the amount of energy we are spending seems about right, I think. Okay, like 1 engineer, 2 engineers here and there. I don't think we should go, I mean, because the other side is, if you don't do this, if you say put half of the energy on AI, then you are not putting half of the energy on making all of these things really, really good. And that is what you should be doing. That is what we should be at this point, definitely. So, I mean, I don't buy this utility point also saying, okay, it would help the new developer. But yeah, a framework that works really well every single time, an ERP that works every single time really, really well, a cloud that works every single time really, really well, like is much more important than a developer getting started in 1 hour versus 7 hours. Because eventually, they are going to struggle. Eventually, they'll have to build production apps anyway. They'll have to learn all of these things, no? They'll have to learn how to do auto-completion by hand, because 8 years later, they are the ones who will be building cloud. So you have to learn these things hard way. You can't. I mean, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing these easy wins, because they don't actually win. I mean, you don't actually win in there.
Then you should stop using Python, go back to C, stop using C, go back to
C. If the point, no, again, that is not the correct frame. Like if you mean to learn about the machine, like you should be stopping using Python and using C.
So Python and C argument is very different. Okay, like you can take the simpler example. 1940s, 30s, calculators were humans. They were replaced by calculators, the machines. But calculation is not a cognitive skill. Like it's a mechanical skill that machines can do. Uh, Writing code that translates something like natural language or natural spec to something in your head into code is a cognitive skill. Like 90% of that is going to be grunt, and you can rely on the machine's cognition to be right, but the other 90% is not. And that's why there isn't such a strong conviction from here in a developer community also. Like I don't think there is such a strong conviction either way. Like there are doomers and there are believers, but the huge majority of people are in between only. They are not.
I don't think we have enough people in our company with that conviction.
A conviction in AI or against AI?
The part that you shared, right? The cognitive thing. People think now the cognitive part has shifted from typing code to explaining things to LLMs. That's the cognitive part you are sharing. You are trying to prompting basically, and the fine-tuning part, the refining part. Those everything's can be done via LLM, but you need to have that taste to do that, right? So, and I mean, this is mostly about rationalizing things, rationalizing how to accept LLMs. I think it boils down to that. For me, it acts as a tool to get things done faster. That's where I am at. I am not completely depending on it, but I am using it as tool to make things faster. Maybe they are not convinced with that part, is what I'm saying. For creative stuff, still we can use LLM to generate things, but in the end, I feel what makes an art is the struggle of the person behind it, and the story that they tell about that art, and nothing else. AI could recreate everything that we have done, but that story will not be there. That struggle will not be there.
So I have multiple counters again. You can time up already. Start bhi nahi kiya, but theek hai. We have.
It was 1 hour.
Yeah, no, we got a time up. Okay. So there are multiple aspects to this debate, right? The art versus utility debate, and then what is art itself is also a question, and is cognitive spec writing art or not? Several debates here. This is, so again, I will go back to some other domains just to, why do you go to live music events? No? I mean, where you could hear the same, you could get the same utility, right? Same piece of music, maybe better recorded, in your earphones, right? But you still want to go for live music events. Like you still want to go for live sports events, right? I mean, IPL tickets get sold out instantly. Like, why? And I'm not saying that there is a problem in utility. No, this is not the debate. I'm not saying utility is bad and art is good. All we are saying, all I'm trying to say is, and within Frappe also there is a range, right? As you can see. So we are also not like one way or the other. But I mean, I personally want to be on the art side of things. No? Like for me, utility is very secondary. Like I did not create framework so that hundreds of people can use it. No, that wasn't the intent. It was because I had a lot of fun making it. Like I had like incredible fun not writing code, right? And trying to create systems that stop me from writing code, right? So that was the fun part of it. I mean, like, oh yes, it was useful to other people, fine. But like the whole point here is that utility is in its place, and there are people who will also focus on utility. But I also strongly believe that we should not let go of art, because art is also very fundamental. Like, what is bland and plastic and all over? Like it's AI, right? Basically, it's like the problem with the augmentation is AI is not like AI is the average of, it's a brute force on all, all writing that has been done before, right? Some kind of brute force, all code, all writing.
Yeah,
And then when you use a prompt to expand it, you are just diluting it. It's like you are diluting your core ideas and putting a lot of plastic into it, like, putting a lot of generic stuff into your ideas. And then I don't think you can suck out the generic. Like you lose authenticity the more you bring in like generic stuff in it. But again, I could be wrong on this. You could struggle to bring the right kind of generic stuff inside your code, but yeah.
Hello. Still, there are a lot of use cases inside ERP Next, inside framework, where AI can be very helpful. For example, everything is not art, in my opinion. For example, you are doing some customization, you are writing a server script. Then where is the art? You are just implementing one simple validation or simple calculation. There is no art. It can be done by AI, right? You need a print format. Lot of custom partners just generating print format, maybe, So you can just upload one file, one PDF, and give it to AI. It will write code. There is no fun. I mean, all those things is not art.
No, again,
I mean,
the way I started was I agree utility has a place, and I'm not denying that place. I mean, so many things happen here because there is utility. I mean, if it was no utility, we would have not had so many things. And I'm not saying that. All I'm saying that art also has a place. Like, it cannot be either or. It cannot be that suddenly the whole community is now, everybody is just moving in one direction and saying, okay, now everybody has to use agentic coding, right? Because 90% of you put your hands up. And slowly you will stop writing handwritten code, right? I'm saying not everybody should be doing it, is all I'm saying. Yeah, and I feel people who believe in art will probably struggle more, and you struggle more when you handwrite code.
But still 99% people will be utilitarian and will not go to the stadium to see the match, Everyone will see in the TV. So that's the fact.
See, I would rather go to the stadium. Yeah, ठीक है, if you want to, if there is no more question, ठीक है, there is one last, but maybe one or two. Any non-AI questions? Any AI, no, because topic is.
Actually, it's about AI, but I'm not going to just rely on it or just focused on it. Actually, I work on both things, on Frappe also and on Mern Stack also. And my perspective about AI, whatever discussion with all the senior developers and senior management peoples, whatever who said about on share our experience, my perspective about all of this is AI is just a utility tool which helps developers to do better development or do better code. Like whenever you write to, you have to do something in code in a basic building logic. Like if you have to do something like if else some cases, and if you give the same prompt to AI that do this thing for me, AI will just give you an if else case for whatever the prompt you have given. But if you are a developer and you have a knowledge, you can write the same 4 lines or 6 lines of dozens of lines of code in a simple 1 or 2 ternary operator, which is familiar in JS concept. It a coding style, just a syntax ternary operator. You can do the same 2 or 4 lines of code in just a single line or just in few words. So in my perspective, AI is just a utility tool. And if someone who is new in any kind of development, any kind of stack, whether it is Frappe, ERP Next, or a custom coding like any stack, any new one beginning, we can't just give someone a AI tool and say them to build anything. Just give a prompt and build anything, because anyone who is new, he can use AI and he can just by prompting build more and more good tools, even management software. But if he don't even know what the set property or whatever our Frappe framework basic JS or Python properties and classes and def a method in Pythons. If he don't know about that, he can just prompt anything and build anything. But if there is sudden any production crashes happen, he can never fix that because he don't know what the basic thing is. So I think that AI is a tool that enhance your development capacity and code quality. But even if you are a beginner and you don't know what the basic concept of coding is and what the basic layer of that particular framework is, you can just pushing yourself into a big trouble. That's what my side.
I think we can end the session. You want to say something?
Okay, I don't know if it's a question or something else, but I think this is the right place to ask. We have been getting some of stubborn clients. This is regarding print formats in general. They are so stubborn in a way that someone can request to have like 20 records or 30 records to be printed in just a single page. So I just wanted to know from the community here, or Frappe guys there, like how do you deal with print formats when a client comes with a lot of requirements back and forth? They want this to be there, this to be that. And the listeners will also have seen that print designer is having some issues. Like you design something, and once you go and print it out, you find things are not arranged in a good way. So like I wanted to know, like how do you deal with the clients who are having a lot of requirements on print formats?
Yeah, I don't think there is an answer here for this. Sorry. Ijaz is not here. If you should catch Ijaz sometime, he's working on print format stuff. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. I think.
Thank you.
Hopefully that was a very insightful discussion. Now we have Sabu Siad, who manages security at Frappe. He's going to talk to you about some of the common pitfalls Frappe engineers ourselves face while writing secure code. Please welcome Sabu on stage.
Hello. So I'm Sabu Siad. I work as a security engineer at Frappe. So sorry for the earlier disappointment because I think I'm a bit too serious about security. So what happened is most of us use a Mac. Most of us here, my colleagues, use a Mac. I use Linux because it's more secure. And on top of that, I use Wayland, which is a new display protocol, which is more secure. That basically took away all my conveniences. So if you use a Mac, you just connect the cable and it will share the screen automatically. It does not work that way in Linux. So sorry about that. I felt very bad actually because I was not able to present it first time. But I'm also glad because I got an example to prove my point. So security, so my point is basically, security is not convenient. Yeah, it takes away a lot of convenience that you usually get from open systems. So Frappe is open by default. And some people, even before coming to Frappe, asked me, how can an open system be secure? Because everybody can see the code. There is no obscurity. How can it be secure? But my answer is, being open source, it's not a drawback. It can be as secure as possible. Also, why does it matter? That's the actual question. Why do we have to accommodate this inconvenience? Because security issues or vulnerabilities, they have a very high, huge blast radius. So if you have a very basic vulnerability, like this code leak some days ago, or this Axios issues, they have a very high blast radius that it can affect all of your systems. It can impact your company, it can impact your customers. It can basically destroy your career, your life. So it has a very high blast radius. Let me tell you a story. So the title is basically potatoes, kebabs, and S3. So as in my team, we went for some potato wedges, kebabs on a team dinner to a very famous restaurant chain in India. So they have so many restaurants across the country. So like any new gen restaurant, they send us this bill receipt on WhatsApp, which is what every company does these days. But instead of a PDF, they send us a link to an S3 bucket, okay, which is a very peculiar thing. But like we opened the link, and there is no key. So usually S3 objects, whatever it is, they have a key. So only if you have the key, then only then you can access the document. But this restaurant did not have any key, so you can open any document if you have the link. And the link was also peculiar because it was a auto incremental field, basically. Receipt, year, month, some random auto increment number. You can see where it goes. So what we did is open another bill and of some other person. We saw what they ate. We saw how much amount they paid. We did not see their mobile number because it was masked with some hexes. But then again, like you can go back to some previous year. So we went back to 2024 and we got about 100 mobile numbers. So that's what a security issue is. It's very simple, it's very obvious, it's a silly mistake, but it can cost your company a lot. We actually reported this issue. I don't know if it is fixed. So if it was fixed, I could have shown it, but no. But then again, the question is, are you writing safe code? So these issues, these are trivial. You might be missing those basic examples or basic guards that you could have used. So let me give you some examples. So enumeration. Does anybody get what this is? What this means? What's wrong with this code? Anybody? Hands? Anybody? Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is like I saw this piece of code or let's say this pattern of code in so many code bases. You send an email to a customer, and if that customer exists, you send that email. If that customer does not exist, then you throw an error saying that this customer does not exist. What's wrong here is that you can enumerate this API multiple times, hundreds and thousands of times, to get a list of users that exist in your system. Okay, so how can we fix it? So here, if the user exists in your API, you do something, you send an email or you do something, some password reset, whatever, and then you return a message, a generic message, random message, that you will get a message, you will get a reset email if that user exists. You probably seen this in Gmail or something. This is a very common pattern, you should use this. So if you have a validation saying this is not this, then throw this error, maybe think about it twice, because it can leak information. Then we added one more thing, rate limiting. That is important because even in secure APIs, whatever it is, without rate limiting, people can exploit your system to make you, to make your resources slower, or to incur you more charges, to make you pay more money. So rate limiting is basically tell the API that if you get 5 requests, let's say in 10 minutes, then that's limit. Okay, so use rate limiting whenever possible. Okay, otherwise anybody can exploit your system. You probably heard about DOS, DDoS. Rate limiting prevent that. And then there is this. This is, so Nigel already spoke out this. We should have permission checks. That's the same case here, except I seen people do this. So basically this works if the user, document user is the current user, then return this. Otherwise, throw an error, it works. But this is not a Frappe way of doing things, because framework give you a much better API to do. You can use Frappe has permission in any of your APIs. It will work automatically in Desk. It will work in any API you write. So use this if possible. Then types. So many people ask me why types are important. Because you can, this is a perfectly valid code. It works. You don't need to have any types. But the thing is, you can pass a valid or expected input, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 user account number, which is fine. This is what you expect. But a malicious user can also pass the dict like parameter. So that means your account parameter, it becomes a filter. It does not become a name. So if it is a dict, it's considered as a filter. If the username, account holder name is like John, then you get whatever information you want. So basically what you should use is type parameters wherever possible. So for example, here for account we used a string, meaning whatever other data type you pass, arrays, whatever, it won't work. It will only work for string, which is what you expect. Very simple change, but you should do it. Then the classic culprit, SQL injection. This, you probably seen this somewhere. If you are using FrappeDB SQL or any SQL, then if you are using some string concatenation on it, then it's easily injectable. So John works, or 1 equals 1 is a truthy value in all cases. So you can bypass any value, any checks. Whatever were condition you have in your SQL query won't work. So use it. Then this so the solution to SQL injections is to basically use query builder. You probably know about query builder. It is typed, it is safe, it is sanitized for most part, but it also has some issues. For example, you are passing in an array of values. Account branches you are passing in the first example, you are passing 2 values, so it works as expected. But in the second example, you are passing an empty list, so it won't. So instead of returning an empty result, it will return everything. So this is a common pitfall. I think we fixed it in the latest version, so maybe you should update. Then guards or preventive measures, or what can you do to fix these issues? I have to go back to my example, deny by default. If it is not leaking, if it is not working, that's okay. You can fix it later. If your customer is not getting the data, that is also fine. You can fix it later. But if you allow everything by default, and if anybody can leak all your information, all your customers' information, that is very severe. That's very bad for a customer and company. So deny by default whenever possible. And then, so even in our Frappe whitelisted decorator, you can see that it's a whitelisted method. Okay, that means everything else is blocked, and a particular set of methods are whitelisted. It's only them are allowed. So deny by default, then allow conditionally. Test and hygiene, I don't know, so security issues, vulnerabilities, they can arise due to a number of reasons. First of all, it could be simple bugs in code. It could also be architectural issues. Okay, so let's say you trust an API too much, but it's not. Like any kind of issues, infra issues, you can command injection, some shell commands, anything is possible. So the basic thing is to keep an hygiene. Like when you write code, you try to write good code, you try to do clean code, you try to do readable code, you try to do, make everything simple. So since we are talking about AI, I have an advice like do not use AI. But if you are hard on using AI, then manually review every code that it's being written by AI. Because many issues like so Faris was talking about FrappleDB commit issues, like those basic issues, you might be overlooking them, but those are bad. So for example, in Frappe API, whitelist method API, FrappleDB commit does not work in get methods. It only works in post methods or other options. But I saw people forcefully committing even in a GET request. It is a bad practice because GET request is run automatically or by default in browsers. So if you open a GET API and it writes something into a database, it will be done without the customer understanding or agreeing or without their consent, which is not a good thing. Okay, and GET request is basically any API request or any web page you open. Okay, so be very careful about FrappleDB commit and get like. Do not use FrappleDB commit in GET. Okay. So some grep tools. Also, Nikhil talked about this. I want to show you an example. So in here, this is a rule, basically saying that mutable argument should not be used. Let me explain what a mutable argument is. So here, this is an example from Python docs. We have a function append to, and the default value for two variable is a list. And in your expectation, it works because if we don't pass to the parameter, then it is initialized to some empty list, and then we append to that list, and you expect to see list with 1 members each. But what you actually see is 12 and 42, which should not be the case. What happens here is when you pass a mutable object as a default parameter, Python will reuse it because you are calling it by reference. What you should actually do is to pass a null value or none value, and then manually inside the function body reinitialize the variable. So for example, if 2 is none, then 2 is an empty list inside the function body, not in default parameters. So that's the kind of issues you mostly overlook is handled in this mgrep rule. So yeah, so we have many such examples and rules in mgrep. So maybe you should use it. Again, the question is what can you do? This is the question should be what can you do for the community? Because if you report an issue, or if you fix an issue, it will benefit so many users, so many customers around the world. So we never had a platform to report issues or to unifyly get advisories or something like that. But we are working on it. Like from my previous example from the restaurant chain, we should responsibly disclose issues. So we are building a platform for that. So you can access it. Okay, the screenshot is not very clear. But you can go to security.frappe.io. You will see a list of advisories. We don't have any currently. But you can log in, you can create reports, you can. So there is also this leaderboard thing, which is, to encourage the community to report more issues. We'll also include your name in any advisory you report. Any issue you report, any advisory we publish against that, you will get your credits. We are also kind of working on a reward system. It's not finalized. Maybe in coming weeks. Yep. So yeah, that's basically it. Again, sorry for the earlier disappointment. I hope it's made up for that. I hope I made up for that. Yeah. Questions if you have any otherwise.
So I have one query regarding the permissions.
Okay.
Like by default in Frappe, if we, let's say, take example of a project, if you are assigning a user to, giving a role, a project, by default, it will show all the projects. So
yeah.
If we assign one project, then it will restrict. So like we have a lot of scenarios like this. So there any kind of future roadmap to resolve this?
Not really sure. I don't get the question, to be honest.
No. So like, let's say, for example, if we give a role, a project user or project manager to any user, by default, it will show all the projects, whatever the things are in the list. Okay. But it should not show all to them. So basically, it has to restrict. They have the permission. They have to only create permission. Whatever the project assigned to them, only that assigned will have to...
So you can add custom permissions now. Like you can just say, so we have two things, basically. We have the has permission thing, it's a hook. We also have the permission query. So you can append some SQL condition or condition to the SQL query. Permission.
So I'll just answer this. So for this, you need to create a user permission. There's a document called user permission.
That I understood, but that has to be done or
So for now you can do it as a server script. Whenever it's assigned, just run the server script.
Okay. Anything else? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabu. So it seems like everyone really had a lot of fun during the AI discussion that was happening, and that has been the story for the last 2.5 years. I remember 2015 conference, 2014 conference it started. There was a long debate discussion on the stage, and there were two sides standing on the stage, and they were coming up with their arguments. If anyone wants to see that, it's the video of 2014 conference is there on the YouTube. You can go back. That's a really fun AI debate we had during Frappeverse event. On the same lines, we had some time, so we thought we can squeeze in one more presentation. It's going to be a flash talk. The topic of the talk is also How I AI, and it's by someone who is very well known in the community. He runs his own YouTube channel. He is also a founder of BWH. So please welcome on the stage Hussein Nagaria from BWH.
Feels odd after the debate, but anyways. Hello everyone. So it's dark, so I can't see the faces, but yeah, good afternoon. So yeah, the current state of AI and current state that I am in also is people are figuring things out. Nobody has figured out that, okay, this is how you should do AI, or this is how you should use AI or not to use AI. So everyone is learning, so don't trust all the internet influencers that, okay, this is the right way. So I'll tell you how we are using AI, personally and mostly it is with personal software that we use internally, and mostly that is not under the Frappe org. But the idea is that whatever iterations are faster, experimentation is faster, as Faris mentioned. So recently we hired a video editor, and we didn't have a system to, because he's remote, right? So we needed something to, that where we can upload video and where we can download, we can review, right? We can give him feedback. So I couldn't find a good tool on it that I can host on the same Frappe site, because everything should have a Frappe app, apparently. Before I proceed, there is a disclaimer. We also have a policy internally that you can't use AI until you are at this point, and I can say, okay, now you can use AI. Sorry, people. But this is for the benefits of them. I have gotten feedback that it has made them a better developer. And if you see, you will see that the AI is benefiting most to those who have done the grunt work themselves for 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, right? Yeah. The first one is the VMS. I will show you. I did prepare the slide just 5 minutes ago, so I have mostly live demos. But this was the first software that we built using. I haven't written a single line of code for this, and nobody else is using it. We are using it internally. We have open sourced it, of course. So let me just go here. So this is a React project. I'll tell you the steps I'm taking later. But this is a project that integrates with Cloudflare, and then you can upload huge videos with chunks, right? So it says we are using 153 gigabit of this, and then this has a lot of features specific to us. So you can upload a video, and then if I go into that video, I have a nice player. I can give feedback, right? And then I can annotate. I can say, okay, this is where exactly your edit is wrong, or this you should correct, right? Here I can just annotate that, okay, this thing is not correct. I can type, give feedback, tag people. And this is built on Frappe, by the way. So everything behind the scenes is still adopt type. But yeah, then we started noticing that, okay, we can improve the productivity of the video editor if we give him these tools built in. So he can directly transcribe from here. He can split directly. He can upload multiple versions of the things, because once we give him feedback, he can again iterate. So this was more of a personalized software that we built, and I haven't written a single line of code for this, full disclosure. Then we started digging even deeper. I needed audit logs, who is downloading, who is uploading, right? And since I'll come to the how fast we can do it with better context. The trick is, bench contains Frappe framework, right? So you can point your AI at any point in time to the framework code base. That's how any good engineer also works, right? If you can't find something in docs, you go and look at the code. So you can tell AI, check apps/Frappe and figure out how they do it. Secret is revealed. But yeah, that has done wonders for a lot of things. So it stops producing slop and writes at least close to framework level code, uses things that already exist in framework rather than inventing more slop. But yeah, then we started building more tools, like they wanted to compress some file. Fmpeg, right? You can install Fmpeg in FC. Drive also uses that. So a lot of this is built on Fmpeg. But yeah, this was the first one. Then I got some more confidence that, okay, we can do even more of this. So I used the same process. I'll come to the process, so you have to bear with me for the process. Yeah, then we wanted a project management software. We called it Hive, and that is, if we have it here, yeah, if I zoom in. So it was mostly for ourselves to see visibility, because we also have borrowed a lot of culture from Frappe. So we wanted like accountability, visibility, although you have freedom and you don't have to fill timesheets. So that is why we designed it on our own terms, that, okay, this is how it should look. I also have added, different views. And this all AI didn't like generate in one shot, by the way. You have to iterate. And for example, this settings page, right? If you go to the settings page, it generated was very bad. So since I had seen that, okay, Frappe CRM has this nice settings page, right? I could give it a screenshot of that and say that use this. Okay. Then it came up with this settings page, which was much better. And it even reused some patterns from CRM to give this profile edits and everything. And it also, I gave it Press. Then I told it, okay, there is a app called Press. See how it integrates with GitHub, and then you integrate this with GitHub. So I'm just telling you my process. I don't know if it is helpful or not. Is it helpful? Okay. I'll continue. Then there is this one particular case where this is a program we are starting in Jagdalpur for training young women in computer science with Azim Premji Foundation. The team is also here. So I designed a brochure for them in Figma. It took me quite a few days, right, to design. And then there were two tasks. One to translate it in Hindi, it was in English. And the other one I didn't realize was a task until it hit me that, okay, AI can do this. So Figma now has AI features, so I use that to just translate it in a minute and then just corrected it. That was one use case. Then I realized, okay, I've spent so much time in designing this. Why not ask Claude to turn it into a website? So I used the Figma MCP to then generate a website for CS17 that followed the same design pattern. It isn't loaded fully. But as you can see, it properly got the copy and the colors and the logos and everything from Figma, and then 2 or 3 more prompts and some reviews, and it was live, right? That was one more example. So context I already mentioned, right? You have Frappe framework in there, you have ERP Next in there, so point your AI to it. You do maybe need some skills to refactor things. So I use, there is this rule I follow these days. I write Vue, AI writes React, okay? Because it has the training data for writing good React, and then Vercel has this skills which you can run over it, which will flag bad things and then correct the React code. So that is why. But yeah, everything starts at a plan. So for the Hive, we have all hands every Wednesday. And then we sat down, we brainstormed that how our project management should look like. We prepared a big document with all of the requirements and some wireframes that we had drawn on the board, that pictures. And then we dumped all of it in Claude and said that, okay, create a plan now that covers these features. Look at the architecture of VMS that we are already built, which has a Frappe React frontend, and you look at the README of Frappe React SDK. So this is all about context. If you want to get good output, good context matters. And Frappe React SDK's README has everything that it needs to then call the backend. Otherwise, it will go and use fetch and Axios and everything. So use the platform. If you want to use user invitation, if you tell AI, okay, I want user invitation, it will give you slop. Tell, okay, framework has user invitation. Go look at how they use user invitation and then implement it. So just one more step. So you need to have context. That's why I said freshers will get very different output I've seen than someone who has done 2-3 works in framework or built an app, right? So it's not 0 or 1, it's somewhere in between. But yeah, then there is some manual work I do before starting a product. I go into ShatCN's this screen, which lets you pick a theme, right? So you don't make AI do UI from scratch. Otherwise, it won't look good. If you are using Vue.js, start with Frappe UI, right? If you are using React, start with ShatCN, set a theme. So the VMS you saw, same. I picked a theme, then gave it the context that, okay, this is the theme you have to stick to and use only these components, okay? And we, again, Hive, same thing. ShatCN, pick a theme, then you can copy the theme and tell it, okay, now initialize using this theme. So after that manual work, it's then mostly about taste. That, okay, you have to realize, okay, this UX is bad, right? So either you can prompt or then go and fix it yourself. But the 3 examples I showed you, totally vibe coded. But again, you have to get the context. They are not used by a lot of users. And I think someday I will be ready for it. Right now, I am in the trust but verify phase. Let's see. That's it. Thanks. Yes. No. So Nikhil's question was, do you review all of the code that AI generates? Depends. Okay. The answer is depends. If it is some app that the client is relying on, I review every line of it. If not, if we are the only one, then I push it to production, then let's see what happens.
And you said that the AI builds context on code written by humans, right?
Correct.
Frappe, ERP
Correct.
Next, Press.
Yes.
What happens when 90% of the code is just AI and AI is just referring to its own past self?
I've done that. I told you, right? The VMS, AI has written the VMS, but it hasn't written in a right way. So I said, go refer your own code. Okay. Any more? Okay then, thanks.
So some quick announcements. Frappe is starting an apprentice program of sort where people can join, learn from engineers at Frappe. This will be in-person program at Frappe Vidya Vihar. So those who stay in Mumbai or who can come to office in Mumbai at least like 4 to 5 days a week, you can apply for this. We'll start applications in like 1 or 2 weeks. It is not live right now, but do check it out if you are interested or if you know someone else who is interested. Another announcement is about code off. So that will start at roughly 5 o'clock. We have 30 more minutes. That will be a tea break, but who is interested? Can we get the lights up here? Who is interested in the code off program? Like the contest? First of all, everyone understands what it is, or do you want like a small refresher on what, like who doesn't understand what code off is? You can raise your hand because like 2 days ago I did not. I'll just give a description of it anyway. It's like 8 people will be participating in it. You'll be writing code. Every round will have one problem, and you'll be writing code live here. There will be no aid of any kind. Like you will not. Maybe we'll allow Google worst case, but there will not be any AI assistant or anything. You'll have to write code by hand. And these will be very simple problems. So, and we would like more students to participate. So we are out of 8, we are at least hoping that 4 of those are students. So those who are from colleges, who is preparing for interviews right now? And who is at least half decent. Like these are not going to be lead code hard or lead code mid problems also. These are going to be very simple. We don't expect you to write optimal solutions also. You just have to pass the test case, that's it. And the test case also. Yeah, and only one person from each company. We don't want like one team, and no Frappe people, by the way. Huh? The prize, there is some merch as gift for reaching to finals and also winning semi-finals also. The semi-finals also, yeah. So reaching any one round will qualify you for some merch. The more you win, the more you get. And at least no more than one person from each company, except colleges. Colleges are okay, like every student can participate if they want to. So firstly, who all are students here? Can you just raise your hands? Okay. 7, 8. You had some friends, I remember. Where are they? You want to participate? Or? Yes. How many of you want to participate in this? Two of you. 3. A week, yes. You're only familiar with Java. It's okay. Like we'll have someone sitting next to you who can help you with syntax as long as you write roughly correct thing. Okay. Like some Frappe engineer will help you with syntax, but not with the solution. Okay. 3 from you. Okay.
We need names.
No. So those of you who are selected or who are interested will have to stay here. They'll have to come to stage later, but you'll have to stay back when the tea break starts. So we'll brief you about what the process will be. Others will be briefed later, like how audience don't have to do much. So 3 of you from college. Which college you guys are from? Don Bosco. Okay. Who else is interested? Okay. Which company you're from? Okay. So 4th, Build with Hussain. 5th. Who else? If we get too many, then we might have to worry about like right now. Okay. Which company? Sorry? Errol Tech. Okay. 6. Wait, I forgot the count. 6. Okay. 2 more. 2 more. Who wants to fight for their company? Later. It's okay. You don't need AI. Like Rishabh hasn't written code in 1 year. He won or like reached at least finals. It's very easy. It's not that hard. Yeah? Oh yeah, others are worried because you don't get to use AI. Oh damn. Okay. We had registrations, by the way. We can go and check. Okay. What's your name? Which company? Nawari. Aquatic. Oh, okay. Okay. 7. Last. Smith. No. Abdili or Okay, what's your name? Anish, which company? Is that Resident? Okay, cool. Okay, so all of you, all 8, is there any, are more people interested in this or? Okay, I'll not make my job harder. All 8 of you can please stay back. So we'll brief you about the process and we'll also have to create your accounts, etc. So you'll have to maybe do expedite your tea break, etc. But everyone else can go for tea break. It's in the same place. We'll be back at 5. We'll start the code off at 5. Okay, cool.
tournaments. So it's a Robin round method where the first 4 tournaments, 4 people will be eliminated. In the next 2 semifinals, 2 people will be eliminated, and finally 2 people will face each other off in the finals. So first up, we have Tanmay Thajane from TBIT, and we have Panyan from Merrill. Please welcome them onto stage. We'll also have 2 invigilators from Frappe who will be here watching them as they play. Soham and Sharik. Right, you guys ready? Great, let's start. So to repeat what I said previously, you all should be in the screen. If not, you can go to this URL, codeoff.m.frappe.cloud. You should be able to spectate and view these people as they work on their code too. And you can react and do fun things like that. So you should all be seeing these 2 players on the screen now. If you click on spectating of the match, you can vote for the player you want to win, just for some crowd energy. Go ahead and start voting. We will start the tournament in a minute. We'll start off by introducing the players. Do you two want to say a bit? Hey, you want to introduce yourself? Just speak about it.
Hello everyone, myself Tanmay Tazne. I am a second year student at DBIT. This is my first tech workshop at a tech talk, and I am very excited and eager to learn more about Frappe as well as contributing towards the open source. Thank you.
Yeah, myself Pandian. I'm from Tamil Nadu. I'm currently working as a software developer at Deril Tech. I love to contribute to open source. It's also my first workshop on this Frappe build. That's it.
Welcome, guys. Best of luck. So we're also going to be spectating from here in case you don't have it in your devices. All right, as you can see, you can pick a side if you're on the screen. All right, we're going to start the match now. Best of luck. So you can see the problem up here. It's two sum, which you can read the problem here. You can see that people also reacting with emojis to the solutions the candidates are writing. They have 5 minutes in the first round. The second round, they'll have 7 minutes. And the third round, they'll have 12 minutes. So the problems also get sequentially harder. So half the time is over. So the boxes you see up there, those are the test cases. So after the candidates are done writing the solution, they can run tests. And then those boxes will be checked green. Just 1 minute left. And one candidate has submitted. Almost all the test cases have passed. We have just 3 seconds left. And the first round is won by Tanmoy. Round of applause, everyone. Okay, thank you. We'll now call the next round of candidates onto stage.
So Tanmay has one. Can anyone guess what is wrong here, or we can have the problem like maybe a little bit. Minimize it a little so you can see both. The problem is well known to some, is like lead code meme problem, I guess. Yeah, I haven't touched lead code in a while, but can anyone guess what is the problem here that did not get the last test case? What is same number? Okay. Can you expand a bit? What is it? Oh yeah, so I and j can be equal and it is not checked. That's what. It is I plus 1, right? Like why would it be I and j would be same? Okay. Okay, anyways, we'll move on. I also don't know the answer. I was just asked to do this right now. Sorry? So if it is empty array, it would be 0, right? Oh yeah, it doesn't have return and it expects return. This is plausible. As anyone wants to attempt, we'll assume that is a plausible solution. Okay, who is next? Can we? Yeah. So next we have Hemant and Anish. Can they come on stage, please? So Hemant is from DBIT College and Anish is from Resilient Tech. Before you start, do you want to maybe introduce yourself and yes? You want to introduce yourself? Or?
So my name is Anish Thakkar. I am an intern at Resilient Tech. This is my first Frappe Build and I'm very excited to meet new people.
Hello everyone, I am Hemant Gupta and I am a third year IT student at Don Bosco Institute of Technology and I am very eager and excited for the contest.
Okay, we'll wait a little bit more for the votes to settle in. Has everyone voted or who do you think will win? Okay, it's close to 2/3, 1/3. I think Resilient Tech, the name is helping him a lot. You'll have now a lot to live up to. If you lose this, will the internship continue? What do you think, Smith? Should we? Okay, it will work. Cool. So, ready when you are. Oh yeah, so the trash talking probably just. Yeah, let's start the game. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, we can. Can you just wait for a while? Oh, so one of them is not ready. So technical glitches are part of this, so it's not. Sorry, can you? Yeah, this is vibe coded, okay. But the problem is not the vibe code, it's the internet here. Like that's the. Okay, we are voting again, I guess. Okay, you are okay? Cool. Okay. Hey, we are both ready. Take a shot. Ready? Ready? Are both of you ready? Okay. Cool, let's start. Yeah, can you have the description for the audience, please? Just So there's a list of number, and there is one number that every number appears twice, except only one which does not, and you have to return that number that does not appear twice. No. Screen is 50, the screen is 50-50. It just appears as if because the projector quality. Okay. Yeah, rethinking a lot before submitting for some reason. Oh, we have a clear winner here, and the internship is in jeopardy. Okay, so Hemant is the winner. A round of applause, please. You want to say something? How did you feel about writing this, or like did it remind you of any interview calls or anything? Okay. No, not yet.
Actually, I have solved a similar problem like this on LeetCode, so it was like easy one for me.
Okay, that's congrats to Hemant. Now we'll start the next round. You guys can leave and we'll find. So next we have Daksh from Roman Interactive and Rahul Agrawal from Build with Hussain. So again, the brand name is helping Rahul a lot. So far, not a big help. So let's see. You want to introduce yourself?
Daksh Mehta from Roman Interactive.
And I'm Rahul Agrawal from BWH Studios.
Tell us a little more. Like how was your college life? Did you do competitive programming at all, or this is like the first time you are attempting it live?
Yeah, I won a few CodeSafe competitions.
Oh damn! So you guys are voting incorrectly. What is your background in competitive programming? Have you done any competitive programming at all before? Or?
When I was preparing for interviews, yes, but after that, no.
Oh yeah, that's good enough. Let's see. So are we ready? You are ready? You are ready? You are ready? Ready when you are. Yeah, start when you are ready. Problem. So they have to modify a list in place, while moving all the zeros to the end, but not changing anything else. And they can't create a new list. They have to modify the same one. It's fairly simple. Let's see. So crowd is against you, but you can beat the odds. Let's see. Can anyone spot the error? Okay, a lot of people can. But you can't in the heat of the moment, okay? It's there, so don't laugh. So it's the competitive programming coming out, okay? It's not the... Those who have done it know why that error happened. Can anyone see the error now? Okay, we are nearly past the half time. Let's see. Okay, it's getting close, I think. You guys are not reacting with emojis. Like, which one do you think is likely to win? Can you react right now? Or is the reaction, or the socket I broke again, probably? Yeah, socket I broke. Did you run? Last minute. By the way, you have to submit even because the test won't give you score. Submit, like any test is better than no test. Okay, Daksh has solved 8 out of 10 test cases, but 2 of them are still pending, and they are hidden, so you will not be easily able to debug. 3, 2, 1. Okay, and Daksh is the winner here. A round of applause, please. And can anyone tell what the error is? Can any of you tell what the error is now, with the calmer mind? You think the error is in x plus equals to 1?
Yeah, maybe. I'm just, not, moving. It's basically not shifting the array.
Okay. What do you guys think where the error is? Looping while deleting is a problem. Why? Array size changes. Yeah, that's a caveat of Python where if you loop over something and you change the array size, the iteration will be index will be lesser. So it will not run as you expect, and you'll have to do some math because you can't clone it here. But anyway, this is still better, close enough. Like edge cases we all miss. So okay, a round of applause for Daksh again. We'll have the next one. Who's next? Yes. So, Sydney from Aquatech and Arya from DBIT are next. Again, we are seeing votes in favor of the well-known names, but you should wait before you hear the introduction and their background because you jumbled it twice. Okay, can you introduce yourself and just give some background of what did you study, how good you are at competitive programming, if you ever did it before?
Okay, my name is Sydney Kibanga, and I'm from Aquatech. So I've never done this before, so it's my first time. I don't know. Wish me luck. Thanks.
I am Arya Dharmarikari. I'm a second year student at DBIT. I don't do lead code and I don't have a background at competitive coding. So, and I even don't know Python. So, So let's see how it goes.
So that's quite a brave soul right there. So to to make it fair, Soham will help him with syntax at least, but he has to solve the logical things, and if he messes up syntax, then he'll help. But that's not like so much of a help because he'll be acting like a bad LLM mostly. It's okay. So are you guys ready? Okay. Okay, preparing, bracing for it. You are ready? Okay, let's start. Okay, so you're given a list of strings and you have to find the longest common prefix. Again, another very common lead code problem. If you've done it before, you know this. This is fairly hard for easy round, but let's see. See, not knowing Python much doesn't hurt because it's basically pseudocode there. So does anyone know the solution to this? Because they have done it in college or while interviewing? Okay. Other recent graduates know solution to these things. Okay, it's nearly half the time and we don't seem to be close. Let's see. By the way, we have provision to add more time if we see it going somewhere. The judge decides that. Anyone wants to give them hints or something? Because 1 minute left, but I don't know where we are going. Anyone knows like what is the simplest hint you can give them so that they can make some progress? Sort the array is the hint. I don't know how that helps, but So 2 more minutes have been added because a new hint was dropped. That guy seems so eager, like he's like, I know just the solution. Okay, if we don't get a winner, how do we decide who should move to the next round? One of the suggestion is number of lines of code written, more number of lines of... Is this a good metric? Oh, this is opposite. Less code is better, so whoever is written less code will win. Oh yeah, so there is no ethics here, by the way. I mean, it's not like deeply scientific answer is required. If you can just fake it and just pass one test somehow, you win. Okay, now be creative and figure out how will you pass one test. No, try to picture what the test would be. Like, what is the simplest test you can pass? I mean, can people see where I'm going? Hey, add some more time. Don't give suggestions that help way too much, okay? Like, you have to distract them or make it worse, but not... Return? Don't help too much.
Return random characters from the test case that you saw. That is a test case.
Okay, someone is getting very creative here. You have to submit it, by the way. So he doesn't know Python syntax, so that's why the tab is here. There is still 1 more minute, by the way. So now you have to get more and more tests to pass. Okay, there is still more creative way you can pass 1 more. If you submit a wrong thing and you lose all the passing tests, then you lose, by the way. And we have a winner. So it was fairly hard problem. Okay, I myself don't remember the solution to this or can't think of it right now because it's like it's been a long day. So Do you want to explain what the approach would have been?
So what I had in my mind was, since this is longest common prefix, so I will have a reference word for, say, the first word flower. Then what I will do, I will iterate through the whole array or the list which contains multiple words, and I will just iterate every single character. So since I have the first word that as a reference word, I have flower as a reference word. When I will iterate through the next words, I will just check the characters like F, F. If they are matching, then I will just check the next set of characters, L, L, O, O. And if they are matching, I will just make sure that until they are matching, I will just store it as the prefix. And when they stop matching, I will just exit the loop. That was my...
Does that sound valid enough? Okay, you don't know how to validate it. This is just natural language solution. So, yeah, you could have vibe coded it, but that's the thing. This is a lesson here. That just knowing natural language solution does not work. You have something to say or nothing? Okay, cool. So this marks the end of round one. So we'll move on to the semifinals now, which will be somewhat harder problem, and the time will be allotted will be 7 minutes now. That's the only difference. We'll have the same format. So a huge round of applause for these people. That's the funniest round ever. Sorry? Yeah. Repeat interview. Do you guys want to do a one round? No? So now the first semi-final will start. Tanmay Tajane and Hemant, both from DBIT, will be competing against each other. So can we have them on stage? So surprisingly, all three students who are participating made it to semifinals. Okay, now you know who is who, and now you can vote with some prior information. So vote carefully. Okay, it's pretty tight. It's almost 50-50. It doesn't matter much. So we can start when you're ready. Okay, let's begin the first semifinal. Okay, so the problem statement is given like a square matrix. You have to iterate over it in a spiral, like start from top left and iterate. Frappe people know spiral very well, so. Okay, 3 minutes have passed. You can use the fire emoji to vote for who is likely to win. And if you press enough of the emojis, like it shows who is being celebrated. Again, vibe coded feature. So on what basis you guys are voting? Is this like more code seems more likely to complete?
This will also come down to the most test cases.
By the way, simple hack. You don't have to write the most elegant solution here. Like a brute force, a solution that just works is also enough. Or the one that passes some test is also enough. And did someone spam using API or something? Or this has online live audience also. They have a lot of time. So who can spot a mistake right now? Anyone? Should we add more time or what do you guys think? Yes, yes, okay. Way too many indexes to track. Someone is saying someone is cooked. So the vibe coded feature that says erupts, crowd erupts for someone does not know that that emoji is not good. $30 left. You guys have to run the solution frequently and submit it before. So that's the only way you'll get some score. Now the emoji reaction for both are basically same. Did you start over or okay. Let's not disturb too much. So these are semi-finals. Should we still allow like winning this way? You guys have to submit it, by the way. Otherwise, however close you are, you won't get any point. And it ends. What metric do we want to use to break the tie? Any suggestions? The one who was not trying to cheat. Do we want to do something better? Do you want a rematch with a different problem maybe? We have so many problems. Rematch? Okay. Rematch though? Rematch? Okay. We are open with rematch, so he'll have to vibe modify some configuration to allow rematch. So we'll have to wait for a minute. The fire will automatically So because it was a tie and we don't just want to move off of stupid metrics like lines of code or attempt, we'll do a rematch with a different problem, and hopefully this time it will work. If it doesn't work, then we'll tie break. We'll not continue it forever. So again, right now the judge is figuring out how to modify the document to change the problem, and I don't know if he knows the impact of it because it is completely vibe coded. So we'll see how it goes. Okay, so we still don't know if it will work or not, but the power of Frappe framework and the low token development that is going on, somehow we have redid the match. So let's see how it works. Are you guys ready? 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 Let's begin. Okay, it has not started. You have started the match? Okay, we are doing votes again. Let's see. Let's start. Let's start. So problem is run length encoding. If you know the term, then it is very easy to guess what it is. But basically, instead of when the repeating characters are there, you encode it as character times how many times it has been repeated, and you return that as a string back. Like AAA becomes A3. So I'm guessing everyone understood the problem. We can Anma is getting cheers without even writing anything so far, but so obviously whoever vibe coded it did not think of rate limiting the reaction. But there is open PR for it. It is not merged. Also, how would you rate limit this? Like, because if all of them are on the Wi-Fi and same, let's say same IP, then it's somewhat harder. Has anyone done something like this before? Again, the same two recent graduates are nodding their head. So do people know where this is used, run length encoding? No? No one? Okay. How many of you? Yeah, just you. So tomorrow there is a talk on DuckDB, which is columnar database, which internally uses run length encoding. Just something to talk about when they figure it out. So we are nearly halfway there. Who do you think has more promise? You can react. The recent graduates, do you want to drop any hints? Not helping. Run a for loop and compare with the previous thing. Okay. So you can't see the whole process, but they are running the code and seeing the failures and trying to figure it out. The spectator view should tell you also what they are running and seeing the errors. Can you wipe code it right now? They want to see what they are doing, like the errors that they get. He's laughing. He's not. I thought it made you 100x productive, man. Like, okay, he's attempting it with such. Okay, some Java is coming out here. It is just index. Change it to character. If you believe it is roughly correct, can you submit it? But then it's just passing one test is not enough. Then let's see if they can do 2 tests. Any 2 tests. Even hard-coded ones, you can't just. So if it goes to judge, then the judge can decide who was close to winning. Okay. No. Okay, the time is up and match is under review. Should we let the judge decide or should we do a vote who is likely to win here? Rock, paper. Rock, paper, scissors. Who has better suggestion than rock, paper, scissors? No, 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 not the Big Bang Theory version also. Who has better solution than that? Or who? We can't do the emoji thing now, but by a show of hand, who believes Tanmay is closer to winning? Uh, who believes Hemant was close to winning? A lot of people. Okay. So, how should we proceed, Judge? Mostly people voted for Hemant, and the solution also seems close, but still wrong, pretty wrong. Does anyone know why it is wrong? Yep, it is a total count, not the sequential count. That's the only error, but otherwise sound. I mean, like that's the whole thing. So yeah. So attempt was nice, but like, so we'll let the judge decide. So if we go by like our high school logic, where you get points for efforts, and the more efforts you do, the closer you are. I believe the Hemant solution is still somewhat correct because it returns string with numbers. Like at least at some point it did. So we'll go ahead with that solution for now. Okay. There is that one sad fire emoji. Let's move to the next semi-final round. So for semi-final, we have Daksh from Rowan Interactive and Arya from DBIT. Can we have them on stage, please? Doesn't seem like a fair fight, but we'll work with what we have got, okay? Oh, somehow it's close to 50-50. Are you guys ready? Ready. Start when you're ready. Yeah. Problem statement. Again, another lead code is or DSA type problem. If a string has a whole bunch of brackets, and you have to the valid string is the one that has matching brackets, and the brackets are open and closed in same order. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we know you know the solutions. can run the test to see the likely test inputs. The balance is not necessarily symmetric. So someone might not know Python, but they clearly know their data structures. Based on current progress, who do you think is more likely to win? React? React? Okay, all the DRY principles are being violated, which is okay. It is not a problem here, but let's see how it goes. Should we add more time? I said he's a weak LLM. No, these are not hints. It's just syntax help. Let's wait. Let's wait. Because there is someone who is winning by not really, not winning by. I get the problem. Add some more minutes. इसके लिए नहीं खाना चाहिए. अरे दो रन. There is more to it than just the nothing. Hey, और एक मिनट डालना दोनों. By the way, can you submit it once at least to see? Still wrong, yeah. Wrong, yeah. Like, if it is not possible, then we don't say it is possible. That is the problem. Pass some of them at least. Like, if it is a valid one, syntax there at a stage. Should we add more time? Yes. हाँ मतलब सब कुछ इन होके आउट हो गया तो ट्रू है वो सही है. Just return true or false में फंस रहा है. Just उसको false डालने भी आपकी बोल दो उतना एटलीस्ट उससे रन होके जो भी. So are you reading Python doc? रन में तो false ही चाहिए. बोलो अंकुश टाइम का क्या करना और नहीं बस नहीं वो सही था वो सिंटैक्स सही था तेरा. Hey, should we add more time? Because both of them have gotten some points, but both of them are not nearly correct. Okay, so how do we decide then? Daksh? It feels so wrong, right? Like somehow.
Yeah, like we should take some kind of poll, I guess. That is how the real world is.
More time. We're kind of out of time. Like because we have to do final round and we just have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, like we still like we have only like.
Should we have crowd as the judge for this?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yes. Okay. We are changing the rules because pray I don't change it further. So, okay, no, we'll have. So, who believes Duck should win? Okay, I can't really count, but okay. Who believes Arya should win? Okay, it's an overwhelming difference just by visuals. Okay, so Arya is the winner for this round. It was one small mistake here. It is not so completely wrong. The problem here is different. Here, it is not balanced only, right? Like it is assuming symmetrically balanced.
Earlier, what I wrote was actually correct, but somehow, the float didn't work. So the correct solution was just to length divided by 2 and then loop it over and then just compare both of the sides together.
But this is assuming it is completely symmetric. It is not always completely symmetric. You can have some more things at the end or at the beginning. So it is assuming it has one wrong, a complete assumption that is wrong. Yeah, so the solution that Arya wrote is more or less correct. It's just slightly some edge cases. So Arya is the winner for this round. Huge round of applause. Again, we are changing the rule, but it makes sense, I guess. Cool. So now we move to finals. Can we see who are the finalists? What? That's the beauty of it. But he knew the solution pretty well. He solutioned it pretty well. Only the syntax problems were there. Yeah, and now he has better LLM who is trained on Python. The earlier LLM was trained on JavaScript. Okay, so we have finalists, Hemant and Arya, both from colleges. So see how colleges are doing better than industry here. Are you guys ready? Okay, are you ready? You know Python, right? So losing this would be a... Let's begin. It is almost 50-50 split. Come on, like you have seen them in 3 different rounds. You can do a better guess than this. Okay, let's begin. Can you show that question? Okay, so the problem is somewhat harder, and for that we also have more time. It is 12 minutes now. The problem is you have n by n matrix, and you have to rotate it clockwise. Yeah, clockwise 90 degrees. Everyone understood the problem? Yeah. So far, the biggest blunder has been writing code too quickly without thinking what should be the solution. You remember, like there was this match in a chess match Who was the player who like just sat there, stared at the opponent for a while, and then he did just one move and he's like, oh damn. Who was that? Magnus Carlsen. Okay, whoever is spamming can do better job. Like once in a while you spam doesn't have that big of an impact. You have to continuously spam. Let's see now if they do it. Okay, just 3 minutes remaining. Which one do you think is more likely to win? Cheer, like the name for the name. Sorry. Yeah. Does anyone have any hint? The two recent graduates. Transpose and transpose and revert. Okay, but transpose is just as hard of a problem. So 2 more minutes have been added. Maybe you can take a pause for a while and think what would be the good solution. One hint is transpose and then revert. But they are locked in, they are not listening at all. See the reliability of Frappe Cloud. It is not going down so far. Okay, time is ticking. 20 more seconds. Who do you think is more likely to win? No one so far. Okay, so the match is again under review, which means either we can pick a winner or we can do something creative here. The creative solution is we can have like a super over of sort with a very easy problem, but with very limited time. Or the alternative is we pick a winner by looking at the solution and deciding who is closest. Which option should we go for? It's 7:10, man. You don't want to eat or what? You need a clear winner, okay? Is super over? Is the like we'll do a new problem, but it is smaller, easier, but with a limited time. Is it okay? Okay. Cool. So again, we are wipe modifying this, so it will take some time to do it. So apparently one of the solution is pretty close. We don't know how close. Which one do you think is close here? You're just not returned the thing after modifying. Sorry? Something is failing basically. Add 2 minutes. Add like 2-3 minutes. It is printing, right? You just have to say return the final thing matrix. There's some incorrect. Okay, we'll move to the super over thing there. It's not exactly correct. Some logic error, so. No, it won't because there's some indexing error. Can we pause it? Okay, we'll do a final short problem to decide the winner. Hopefully it works this time. Let's start voting quickly in like 10 seconds. Are you guys ready? It's close to 50-50 again. Ready? Let's begin. So the question is, are the two strings anagram of each other? If you know what anagram means, it has the same number, like with using the same characters, by just moving the characters around, you can create the another string. That is called anagram. Okay. So someone clearly knew the problem and just quickly solved it. So Hemant is a clear winner for this. Congrats. He's taking a sigh of relief right now. Okay, so we will distribute the prizes, who is going to distribute it? So I would like to call Faris on stage. He wrote the whole thing. He designed the whole thing. All of the platform you saw, all the selecting of problems, everything. He managed this whole thing. So a huge round of applause for Faris first, because he is the one who executed all this. And now we'll just distribute the prizes to the winners. So we have prize money for those who made it to semifinals and finals both. So first, I would like to call Tanmay on stage. Can we have Tanmay on stage, please? Tanmay. हेमंत, सबको लाइन में रखो ना. Tanmay, हेमंत, and Arya. Go ahead, sit on that side. दे दे भाई, एक दे दे. दे दे भाई, एक दे दे उसको. माइक पे जा रहा है सब. Next, can we have Arya on stage? Next, can we have Daksh on stage, please? And finally, the winner, huge round of applause. Can we have Hemant on stage? So this marks the end of the contest. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Almost 80% of you stick around, so I guess you guys enjoyed it. We'll have dinner later. There will be some announcement from others.
All right, that is the end of day one. I hope you had something to take away. And thank you so much for everyone who came. And let's have a huge round of applause for everyone who presented. And also a round of applause for everyone who participated in the game. It was really fun. Now we'll break for dinner. And dinner is we will put up the slide. Yeah, so the name of the venue will be up here. It's Gujarati Seva Mandal. It's not that far, just 1 minute walk from here. And yeah, see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much.